I be yelling loud. Hey everybody, and yes, I'm looking crazy. It's okay. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna do something with this self coming up shortly. Why won't this work? What is going on? Hey everybody. They right here. Hey, y'all know I ain't got my eyes on. Hold on. Hey y'all. Hola, hola, y'all want some class? I gotta make me some coffee. And then I'm gonna take a nap. Come on in here. Come on in. We got some stuff to talk about. Auntie Judy, thank you for sending Emu her aprons. She was so excited to see it this morning and last night. Hey y'all. Hola, hola. I've been trying to get to y'all, but I woke up to calls this morning, and then I was reading, and then I had to talk to my son, so I done talked to 3 out of my 4 children today. I'll call my oldest daughter when she get off work, check on her, see how she doing. And then I'll be and made my rounds for the day. Hello. Hey, y'all. I look crazy. It's okay because I've been studying and that's what happens. You don't worry about how you look when you're reading. It's great. Hey, y'all. Y'all want some class? And this is, I ain't heard that dang lawnmower this whole time. Now I get in here, now the lawnmower want to be moving around. Ain't that something? Hey. You said, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Hey. We gonna have some class if y'all want some. And it's real good, and I think that you will enjoy it. We hear, have I read all these books? No, because when I went viral over here, there's some people in this community that just started sending me a whole bunch of them, but most of them have been touched. Know that they didn't been cracked open, but no, a lot of them I have, but no, not since about, hey Queen, not since about 22. Uh-huh. Good answer. Wait a minute, hold on now. Don't get in here talking crazy because over 60% of them I have read. And you can't even see them all. There's some over here, some in my room. Don't do too much. Please don't. How many books have you read? That's what I want to know. This isn't for aesthetic, honey. I love books. And it's a whole library in here. You're just seeing about this much of them. Right. Anyway, so if y'all want to go down the rabbit hole, let's go. Now, I'm not going to read everything because I read a lot today. I read a lot today. And so, I would have no reason to be insecure when I go away. You want some attention. You can always tell when we're door knocking. Girl, I never met people that be trying to argue with people that don't even know them. I told y'all what I feel about that. Them kind of people, they life suck. If you get on the internet, a social place to cause trouble, your life sucks. Period. I don't argue with people I don't know. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. You said that's why we don't visit, right? That's why we don't come over here, cause it be, girl. Anyway, um, so y'all know how when I start studying, I see something, and then hey, pumpkin, and then I gotta go get another book and another book and another book. So Emu tells me today, Mama, look at my rainbow book, because her mama bought her a rainbow journal with the feely things on it, like the squishy stuff on them, right? And she know my mom has a lot of books, right? And she said, "Where's your books at?" Now I'm in the bathroom, mind you. The bathroom in my room is smaller than my main bathroom, right? Of course, because it's in my room. So I got all my books out on the floor right there because I sit on the floor right between the door and the sink, right? That's where I do my studies at. It's a small space in my house. Y'all, why I turned the thing around and showed her all the books, I said, "Look, I got a luxury." She said, "Mama, it's messy. You need to clean up." You just asked me where my books was, little girl, and I am in my study space, and I need more than one book. Watch your mouth. Girl, her mama said, oh. Baby, she said, Mama, you need to clean up. It's messy. No, girl, I need all of these books out in front of me. Thank you very much. Next time, Mama's not going to show you her books. She said, Mama, you need to clean up. It's messy. Girl, only got 5 books on the floor. Wait till you see it when it's 10 or 20. Girl, yes, she did. Out of the mouth of babes. Girl, I said, not you asked to see. You showing me your book because you know when Mama's in this bathroom, she's studying. Girl. Hey. She said, Mama, it's messy. I got 5 books on the floor. She get it from her nana. Girl. Because I will say, you need to clean up in here. What's going on? I walk in my daughter's rooms and be like, what is these clothes on the floor? She sure did. And did. And did. Girl, I couldn't believe that. She said, Mama, it's only 5 books, girl. It was, girl, talking about you need to clean up. It's messy. Mind your business, kid. Mind your business. So anyway, I end up pulling out 4 books. 5. 4 or 5 books. I don't know if I got the other one. I think it might still be on the bed. It might still be on the bed. No, they're all in here. Hey, sister. So, anyway, I was reading 5 Too Many for Her, right? I was reading in our new NTP. And, first of all, I know for a fact that it's happened to y'all, and I'm going to keep talking about this because it happens to me a lot, but birds of a feather. How often do you all now read a story and your mind instantly goes to one of the other books that we've read? Whether you've read it online, I just asked this question the other day because I know that this is happening because y'all been studying too long for it not to. So whether you're reading the regular Bible or you're in our OTP or the new, you said quite a bit. It's crazy how them names just pop up off. Now y'all be getting that moment. You be like, wait a minute, I know this name. Wait a minute, what story do I know this? I know this name. It happens often. Yes. So it happened again to me today, and I came in here looking for the book, and the book was in my hand. It says, you said, yep, immediately, all the time. Good job. How does that make you feel? You said reading and watching TV show, dude. How does that make you feel? Hey, Pumpkin, you said yes. How does that make you feel to go and know that most of y'all done put in 4 straight years of study? Shocked and happy. You said like an explorer. It do, girl, don't it? You listen. You be like, wait a minute. Okay, so I need to remember which book. We be running around like the people in the cartoons with the or the movies that got the big libraries with the ladders, and you be trying to figure out and remember like I was the other day, and it was right there behind me, that red book. You said it makes me feel like feel real good. You said that I know where I can find the other part. Come on. You said like I know a little something and do. You said I've been like I know. You said I've been like I know where this is. You said listen. So look. Okay, I was reading and I'm like, I feel like I've read this story before in another book. You said, hey, Pumpkin. You said just had a little change in my belts on my mower. Okay, well, come on in then, Bobette the Builder. Hey, so I got to reading, and I'm like, why does this feel familiar to me? Well, you want to know why some of it, of what we're going to, it's okay. Some of it feels familiar is because we started reading it in March. The first part of this book that we're going to read out of today. And I'm not going to read it all because it is a ton of reading. We're going to do a paraphrase version of this. Okay? But it was so good. And it made me think about so many things that are happening just right now in our world. Who was here when we looked up how many different mental illnesses there are? Who was here for that? When we looked into mental illness and we looked up You were here. Hey, Deborah. You said was on with the content creator last night and mind blown of his stories, and I grabbed some books to highlight. Okay, okay. Y'all was here. And so we've touched on mental illness, demonic possession and oppression. We've touched on that. You said that was from a class, from the class Testament of Solomon. Well, we've talked on it a few times because we've saw in different places that these spirits, the way that they move, and I mean, we just read something the other day about how the one of the 200 angels hopped into a woman and made her unalive her kids. Remember? So even that is demonic possession. Because remember, when he jumped out of her, she grabbed him by the hair. And when Andrew and them came, he had to tell who he was. So there's so many different stories that we've read here that have to do with entities that people would call aliens. Because part of them is not from here and part of them is. Right? So anyway, I'm talking about snatched him up, didn't he? Well, let's get on into it. Have you ever wondered? Okay, first off, let me do this because I was supposed to do this earlier before I started this. Give me a second. Because I didn't Google this part. Hold on. And I wanted to. Okay. All right. So, what do we know about John and the Isle of Patmos? What do we know? What's the main thing that we've been taught about John the Baptist on the Isle of Patmos? Tell me. You said how he even got exiled there in the first place. Okay. So we learned why he went there. That's where he got revelation. You said, well, scratch that. We just discovered that. I was about to say, we just learned that. We just learned that recently. Right. Girl, can I have my thought back, please? But amen. I'm saying prior to now, when you went to church, what did you hear about John? And how much about John on the Isle of Patmos did you hear? Or is it pretty much the same thing? And not all of us are the same denomination. So I'm asking because I want to see some. So if you've ever heard the story about John on the Isle of Patmos, tell me what it is that you learned. Or that you know. When you hear John on the Isle of Patmos, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Not much, just that he got revelation there. Good job. Anybody else? That he's a witness. Okay. What else? Is that pretty much it? Yeah. I don't remember hearing about John. All I knew is that he was a disciple. Okay. That's it. You said that he was boiled in oil and banished there and given the book of Revelation. Okay. I just wanted to know what you all know about John the Baptist, because I thought I knew, not John the Baptist, I'm sorry, Sarah, the other John, not John the Baptist. John the, well, he got a, y'all know, not the John the Baptist, the other John. Okay. They put him there to die. Okay. Okay, good. So, so when I tell you my head got busted to white meat today, Apostle John, thank you. I didn't mean John the Baptist. Thank you. My head got busted to white meat. Do y'all want y'all head busted to white meat? We don't know nothing about him really. John the theologian. He got a couple names. I was trying to think of one of them. He got a few. You said, of course we do. You know what? Come on, sit on over here, because I can already see what kind of day it is. Get your chair and bring your juice by. Okay. Side note, talking about food. So yesterday I wanted some sweet. I didn't want to leave the house. I didn't want to try to do nothing. I said, I'm about to use something that's already in this house. Now, I ain't really been buying no frozen fruit. I told y'all, my diet's been real weird right now, right? Y'all, I had seen somewhere online, somewhere in John the Revelator, right? He got a lot of names. It's something wrong with us for wanting our muffin caps peeled back, but I cannot help it. I hope so, because baby, this is good. But on a side note, I wanted something sweet, and I had seen somewhere on TikTok, you know, we be watching food videos of people making stuff out of nothing. Y'all, I put some coconut milk, some sweetened condensed milk, some sugar, and some pineapple, unsweetened pineapple juice in the blender and blended it up, and then put it in the Frigidaire, and it is the creamiest dang ice cream I done ever had in my life. And I make ice cream from scratch. I'm talking about eggs, vanilla, sugar. Baby, it's so good. And it makes, look how much it makes, y'all. Girl, I already know. But guess what? It ain't no real, I mean, girl, listen. And if I had some crushed strawberries or something, baby, listen. Look how much ice cream it made. Look. Had to stop for a second. You said, is there a no, because look, it's literally 1 can of coconut milk, 1 can of sweetened condensed, right? And baby, I kept getting up in the middle of the night coming to give me a spoon, because you know it gotta get hard. It wasn't no matter. I put 1 can of coconut milk, the 8-ounce coconut milk or whatever that is, 1 can of sweetened condensed milk, some sugar, and 1 little bitty can, the little cans that the pastors used to use of the orange juice, but of unsweetened pineapple juice, and probably about a cup of sugar. Baby, when I tell you this is so good. Ooh-wee. Look. Do you see that? Good. Listen. I'm sure you can use whatever kind of juice you want to, right? Or fresh. I wish I had. I blended it in the blender. I put 1 cup of coconut milk, 1 can of sweetened condensed milk. Now, if you don't want it real sweet, maybe do a half, and about a cup and a half of sugar. Girl, if I listen. And it made this much. I ain't even ate no bowl out of it. I got about 3 spoonfuls, and that was it. It made this much. So just think if you blend some strawberries in with it. Or even chocolate. Even chocolate. Do I like pina colada? I do. That's kind of how the vibe it gives. A little bit. because I didn't have enough pineapple. I only had like a little 6-ounce can or some cookies, whatever, sprinkled, baby. And it made, this is heavy. It ain't light. It's got some girth to it. So if you want to make an alternate ice cream, there you go. And if you got a ninja smoothie thing, freeze it and push it right on through there. It's like soft serve. You can make it in popsicle form or whatever. It's so creamy, y'all. Now, if you're allergic to coconut, I probably wouldn't do that, but it's so good. You said, ooh, salted caramel. Yeah. Put some, yeah. Smooth it out and roll it up, baby. Look here. You said 1 cup of coconut milk, 1 can, no, 1 can of hold on, sister. Well, you know I can't show it over here. 1 can of coconut milk. You know how the can? You said the way my ninja slushy will let me know if I need more sugar or not. I'm definitely doing this. Listen, it was 1 small can of coconut milk, 1 can of condensed milk, sugar, and then I use 6 ounces of unsweetened pineapple juice because that's what I had. I don't think I got no frozen fruit in there. So I just use that. Girl, it's good. And it kind of do taste like pina colada. That does. It was real good. Mm-hmm. You said it looks great. I'm going to try. I hope y'all do. Listen. Yes. And you can let the kids, like, make the mixture up and then mix in strawberry or chocolate or whatever you going to do. Mango or whatever fruit puree you want to. You said that's for sure pina colada. Girl, it was so good. Yeah, I'm going to eat some after I get off here. I'm going to eat some. It's real good, and it's real sweet, and it's real nice. Now, you might not want to use, if you don't want it real sweet, maybe don't add the sugar, but it's ice cream, so, yeah. You said not me over here rocking, girl. It's good. It is. It's real good. I kept getting up in the middle of the night getting spoonfuls because I was waiting for it to get hard. You said I got some pineapple juice in the fridge that's just about, just put in a glass jar, girl. And all you need is a can of coconut milk and a can of sweetened condensed milk. And you didn't have to heat it up or nothing. And I'm sure if you put an egg in it, it might take it a different way. But I didn't have time for that. I was trying to make me something quick. And I'm going to be eating on that. I said, oh, well, I ain't got to go spend $10 on some ice cream that won't melt. Because it definitely melts. Put some Fruity Pebbles in it or whatever the kids like. Chocolate chips, turtle mix, whatever you going to put in there. Pretzels. It's real good. You didn't even have to put no vanilla in it or nothing. I didn't put no vanilla in it, and I thought to. I didn't even have to put no vanilla in it. Yep. So, go on and get you some. If you got those 3 ingredients, you can make ice cream right now. Yep. And then it'll be frozen. I mean, unless you, like I said, if you got the Ninja smoothie thing, put it in there till it's slushy or however you do it and push it through, girl. It's great soft serve. Anyway, so here we go. Now, I'm not going to read all of this. I'm going to let y'all go back and read it. We just going to get the paraphrase version because I read a lot. Is that cool? Y'all all right with that? To those of you that have book 3 on We Live, NTP book 3, the New Testament Apocrypha book 3, I'm going to need you to grab that. If you have the OTP book 1, I'm going to need you to grab that. If you have The Nag Hammadi Library, I need you to grab that. So those are the 3 books right now I need you to grab. The Nag Hammadi Library, the New Testament Apocrypha book 3, or go online and grab that. And then if you have your book 1, I need you to get that too. If you don't have all of those, if you're working, driving, don't got the book, it's okay. You can just listen. Okay? And that this is just going to be for reference points, okay? Y'all got me? So that you can go back and put your pieces together as you need them. Okay? So I'll give y'all a couple minutes. You need the Nag Hammadi Library, your book 1, and then if you have the New Testament Apocrypha book 3, yeah, you'll need to grab that. Just want to make sure, because I'll be all over in all of these. Okay. Y'all still need more time? Okay. Book secured. You got your stuff. Okay. 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 So first, if you got your OTP book 1, I did myself a favor so I didn't have to be looking through here. Okay. You said it's nice you're back on TikTok. Technically, I'm not. We door knocking. Cause it's a lot. My classes are restricted over here. Like I can't show books. I can't do a lot of stuff. So that's why we really don't be over here, because it made it to where we couldn't really have class. It changed the way we have class over here. Hey, Mr. Aviation Services. So with that, that's why we don't really have class over here no more, because these people be playing and they don't want the truth out. And so then they start doing what they doing right now. I guess they figured out who we was for real, because they back to shadow banning us and stuff over here. We ain't even been over here that long. But anyway, so I need you to go to page 882 in book 1. 882 book 1. We gonna be a couple places, and I'm just giving y'all the syllabus today. And if you're able to later on today, I want y'all to go read, because there's so much reading we wouldn't get through it. We'd be here for 8 hours, and I already know we ain't doing that today. Okay? Okay. So book 1, page 882. Please. Please. Let me know when you over there. You should be at the Testament of Abraham. Okay. Okay, good job. So we're not going to read all of this. We're just going to read the first 2 of basically this page, and then we're not going any further than that. Okay, here we go. Adam lived the measure. Now y'all remember the measurements of how long they live is a little different depending on which version you read and all of that. So remember that we discussed that early on in WOIU. The different versions of it have different ages and whatnot. It's fine. You need to see the bigger picture. Abraham lived the measure of his life 995 years. We know that it's different. And all the years of his life he lived in quietness, gentleness, and righteousness. And the righteous man was very hospitable, for he pitched his tent at the crossroads of the oak of Mamre and welcomed everyone, rich and poor, kings and rulers, the crippled and the helpless friends and strangers, neighbors and passerby, all on equal terms, did the pious, entirely holy, righteous, and hospitable Abraham welcome. But even to him came the common and inexorable, bitter cup of death and the unforeseen end of life. Therefore, the Master God called his archangel Michael and said to him, Commander in Chief Michael, go down to Abraham and tell him about his death, so that he may arrange for the disposition of his possessions. For I have blessed him as the stars of heaven and as the sand of the sea by the seashore. And he lives in abundance, having a large livelihood and many possessions, and he is very rich. But above all others, he is righteous in all goodness, having been hospitable and loving unto the end of his life. But you, Archangel Michael, go to Abraham, my beloved friend, and announce his death to him, and give him this assurance. At the time that you are about to leave this vain world and depart from the body, and you will come to your master among the good. So the commander in chief left the presence of God and went down to Abraham at the oak of Mamre. And he found the righteous Abraham in the nearby field, sitting beside the yokes of plow of oxen, with the sons of Mesech and other servants, 12 in number. So y'all know that. Y'all know for a fact that Michael came down and he looked like a soldier, right? It says, and behold, the commander-in-chief came toward him. And when Abraham saw the commander-in-chief Michael coming from afar, in the manner of a handsome soldier, then Abraham arose and met him, just as was his custom, to greet and welcome strangers. And the commander-in-chief saluted and said, Hail, honored Father, righteous soul of the elect of God, true friend of the heavenly one. And Abraham said to the commander-in-chief, Hail, honored soldier, bright as the sun and most handsome, more than all the sons of men. Well met. So Abraham was getting ready to pass on to the other side. And because Abraham was a friend of God, God sent Michael, the archangel himself, the commander of God's armies, to come and get Abraham. We know this. Right? Right? We done read this a gazillion times too. This is one of the first stories we read. Right? So we know for a fact that an angel that was created in the heavens, that is not physical matter, can transform into physical matter, so that a person will think that they are seeing a human being. Do you agree? Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure we are okay. So, now I need you to go to page 892 in book 1. Go to page, I might have to go get my other glasses, y'all. Hold on. Are they already in here? I think they are, because these work. Give me a second. Oh. Give me a second. All right. I think it's just time for a new prescription. All right. Hey, Trina. Okay. So page 892, book 1. Okay. Chapter 16. Okay. Chapter 16 is where we're going. Okay. It says, then the Most High said, call death here to me. So God said, tell death to come here. who is called the one of abominable countenance and merciless look. And the incorporeal Michael went and said to death. Can you give me the definition of incorporeal, please? What's the definition of incorporeal? You said, well, I turned right to the page. Good job. Having no material form, physical substance, or bodily presence. A ghost, a spirit. So if incorporeal means having no material form, physical substance, or bodily presence, how did Abraham see him? Tell me. Somebody. He took on matter. Interesting. Angels are shapeshifters. They are the good ones and the bad ones. The Bible says you never know when you entertain an angel. We talked about this a million times. That means that an angel can look human, like a human person. Do you agree? If the Bible says you be kind to folks because you never know when you done let an angel into your house. If you knew it was an angel, you wouldn't have opened the door. So clearly they can look like us. This scripture now. Some of you unaware have entertained angels. The Bible says that, which means they got to look and smell and talk like us in order for us to be an entertaining angel, and we don't know that we did. Correct? Okay. All right. It says, and the incorporeal Michael went out and said to death, come, the master of creation, the immortal king, calls you. When death heard, he shuddered and trembled. So death was scared when God called him. Overcome by great cowardice, he came with great fear and stood before the unseen Father, shuddering and moaning and trembling, awaiting the master's command. Who knew that death was scared of God? So when death, the thing that all of us are scared of, goes in front of life, he's terrified. Interesting. Shuddering and shaking and stuff. How people, ain't that crazy that the same fear that death puts into people, God puts into death? The same way people be scared to die and afraid and full of fear and all of this stuff, that being death still feels that way when he's called to God and God needs him to go do something. Come on, he said feel nothing but him. Come on. Ain't that crazy? Because he said he got power over death, didn't he? God said he got power over death and life and death. He got power over both. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you. You said death knows there's that there's worse things than death. And that's God's wrath. Because you got to think, in hell, ain't, you know. All right. So we just went there. Okay? Because that's not where we're going today. I just wanted y'all to get in your mind that you can encounter an inner interdimensional being and not know it. Okay? Several times, Mary and other people in the Bible came in contact with interdimensional beings. Okay? We see it all the time. Jacob, okay? All of these different people had interactions with beings that were not made out of matter. And yet, they were able to touch them, to talk with them. You said we're under a heat advisory today and it's smoking out here. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay? So, with that, girl, I love you. You just made me forget my thoughts. With that, we run into interdimensional beings and we might not even know it. So maybe some of the people that you come across, you thinking, you know, something about this person is weird or something is off or something is something, and you don't even know why. The whole time they might not even be from this planet in real life. Not no alien stuff, but either an angel or a demon. Okay? I'm just trying to set a precedence for where we're going. Y'all with me? Then Shannon, I hope y'all cool off. I didn't want you to think, but I didn't want to forget my thought, where I was going. Okay? Okay. All right. Good job. Now, close that book. You don't need this one. Now, again, we're not going to read all of this because it's so much. And I'm just going to give y'all a little timeline. Okay. It's so much I want to read, but back in the day we would have read all of this. Today we're not. And I'm definitely giving people nicknames, so just look over that, okay? I'm giving people nicknames. Y'all already know how I do. I don't know if these are worse than the other ones. You said we're okay. I was just commenting on how God is in control of things. Oh, okay. Okay. You know I'm going to give them a nickname. Here we go. So if you have access to the New Testament Apocrypha, Book 3, I don't know if it's on WeLib, WELIB, I think it's .org. If you can go there to that book, and I'm going to give y'all all the pages at the end that I want y'all to read later on, but we're just going to skip through here today so that we can get to what we're trying to get to, okay? But I think it'll be interesting. Now, some of y'all might have went ahead and read this. I don't know, because I know we've had these books for a while now. Some of you have had them. I don't know what all y'all have studied and read. And if you have, that's fine. Just please don't try to teach my class. Okay? But if you got your book 3, New Testament Apocrypha, I need you to grab it. Or get to it however you read it online. And then I'll tell y'all the page I need you to go to. And we got a lot of them. This whole middle section is probably almost 30 pages of reading. 20? No, yeah. It's about 30 pages of reading. So that's why I said we're not going to read all of it. Okay? It's about 30 pages that you're going to, at the end of this assignment, that you're going to need to go through. About 30. Some of them you can miss out on, but about 30 pages or so. Okay? I'll be right back. I'm trying to give y'all time to get over there, too. Because I know it might take a minute or whatever. Write on your paper, immediately it changed. please. Time and date. Subject matter immediately. Immediately it changed. Okay. I'll be right back. Y'all, these eyes need to start eyeing, honey. All right. Sorry, y'all. Okay. You said we're okay. Oh, okay. So we're going to the book Acts of John by Prochorus. 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 Okay, in the book. And I need you to go to page 310. We actually already read, some of y'all probably went on and read ahead of me with this because we talked about it. But if you didn't, that's okay. If you did, that's all right too. So 310 in book 3 of the NTP, please. And like I said, we not reading all this. We just gonna get through here. I got my points already together because I want y'all to go and read this on your own. Hey, later on, so you can dig your toes into it, and I'll tell you the pages that I specifically need you to pay attention to once we get through it, okay? Y'all with me? Actually, 311. I'm sorry, y'all. 311. Okay. 311. So, y'all see chapter 47? That's where we need to be. Okay? Okay. So it says, well, when the unclean demon who was dwelling by the altar of Artemis saw all the signs that were performed by John, and the temple of Artemis was about to fall on account of this, and that he himself would be chased from the city by John, having put on the uniform of a magistrate's officer. Can you please tell me what a magistrate is? Please. What's a magistrate? Judge. A judicial officer. So not always is it a judge. Sometimes it could be ICE. ICE would be considered a judicial officer. That's why they talk about jurisdiction and all of that, right? So we know it's somebody that is like a police officer, some type of soldier, a general. This person is in some type of armed forces and they deal with the government, right? In one way, it could be local, state government, it could be federal government, or whatever else. But we know. You said, yes. Yes, it is. So, what was I going to say? All right. So we know what a magistrate is. So once this demon that was at the temple of Artemis saw that John had came to where he was, he instantly put on the suit of a soldier. Huh? You mean he did the same thing that Michael did when he went to Abraham? We just read it. Rika. We just read it. We just read that the same way that Michael put on the suit, okay, of a soldier to go greet Abraham and tell him he was about to die, when John, who was on the Isle of Patmos, got to where he was going, the demon that was at the temple of Artemis did that. They all shapeshift, good or bad. Come on. How many times have you heard me say you never know when you entertaining an angel? It never said if it was a good angel or a bad angel, because fallen angels are still angels. I don't know that it's that they're a copycat elite. It's just one of their abilities. Because think about it. Prior to the fall, they were going to have to change to come down here to interact with us. It never said that God took that gift away from Lucifer and his brothers. We know that for a fact because in the book of Adam and Eve, clearly, even in the regular Bible, Job talks about how the king of Tyre, or however you say it, Tyre, was really Lucifer in the flesh. He transformed himself into the king of Tyre and went against, you said, and they changed in order to be with the women. Exactly. And then showed them their true form after they were already pregnant. Isn't that interesting? See, I feel like in the Bible, the regular 66, we only get one side. And what I mean by that is we hear of the angels coming and speaking to the people. We know Lucifer went to Jesus. Did he not? So much so that they went on a trip. Took him up in the heavens and showed him all. You can't see Russia and China and Japan and Turkey and America if you stand on the shores of America. Now, if you go up in an airplane or up high, you might be able to see a lot of landmass, right? Auntie, facts. Like they purposely hide the real juicy info. Ooh, wait until we get in here today, niece. Girl, just wait. Ugh! Ah! I said, oh. You said, but us WOIUers, our seekers and finders is. So look. Whoo. It says, having put on a uniform of a magistrate's officer and carrying papers produced through conjuring. What is conjuring? So he put on human form, came looking like a police officer, and then came with a warrant. Hey, pumpkin. Hey. I love you. I love you. I be all on your stuff. You know it. I be all on your stuff. And I saw what you said. And yes, them girls was dressed too grown. And was. They did not need all that stomach out. I seen it. You was right. They too young. Stay on their necks. Do it. You already know. We used to have these conversations back in the day. Hello. I'll be peeking. Angel. Auntie be peeking. You said, calling up something through magic. Interesting. Magic. So this demon put on the appearance of a police officer, basically, and produced a warrant through conjuring. He conjured up some papers. He conjured up a warrant. Can I ask you a question? Have you saw the movie Gabriel? Huh. Didn't the angel turn himself into a police officer? Keanu Reeves, I believe he is in it. I think so. When all the angels fell to the ground and you see this thing and he kept... Remember the black lady who got unalive said that the officer was a demon. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh! The black lady. And she was speaking. Girl, come on in. You came here right. Come on in. Yeah, because it's still happening. But we have to read about it today. OMG. I forgot all about that. And he shot her in her face. You said that he had all the sigils on his body. You said, you know I'm a shepherd of the young. I'm standing on them. Won't ever stop. I be all on your stuff. Come on. That's Constantine too. But in Gabriel, it happened as well. In the movie Gabriel, it happened too. They changed. They was changing their forms and doing all of that. Yeah. Because people thought they was regular people walking around. It was because that's a trilogy. It's like Gabriel. I can't think of all the ones. He did. I won't ever forget about that lady. Listen. Okay, so let's keep going. So in John the Revelator, or John that was on the Isle of Patmos days, demons were still turning into officers of the court to attack God's people. This is a spirit that had been haunting the temple of Artemis at first. Soon as John pulls up, he put on human flesh and conjured some papers. Now, y'all want to know what's crazy? Don't we see that in all of the... Where is it? Where did I put it? It's up here somewhere. Oh. In all of the Disney shows, got to pull out the props. A witch or a warlock will do their little magic hoomdi-ha, and all of a sudden a scroll appears in front of the person and they say, sign here. Right? They conjure some kind of, and it appears right in front of the person's face. Would you say that that's conjuring a document? Who knew that that's what it was called? And in almost every Disney show, you said, this just got my toes wiggling, girl. Come on in. And we see that as soon as they sign the document, it disappears. And whoever the evil person is, they start to laugh fiendishly. Because Even in, I think, All Dogs Go to Heaven, it was something similar to that. And he was like, sign here. It was a long, remember, he rolled the thing out. It appeared. Even in the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven, it was a magical document that was conjured that he needed to sign. You said what? I don't know. You said the Rumpelstiltskin, like Rumpelstiltskin and Shrek. Ain't that crazy? So conjured documents is a real thing, and it's been a real thing. It's not even nothing new. And they showed us in the cartoons and in the movies that an evil spirit, a witch, a warlock, or whatever can conjure a document, and it ain't even real. Huh? But they have you sign it or put your thumbprint on it or whatever else it is that they're asking for you to give up to get whatever it is that you are signing this contract for. I just thought that was odd that that was in there. I said, uh-oh, hold on. Wait a minute. I didn't sing this, okay? So the demon left the temple, left the place of worship. Soon as true power showed up, he changed his form. You said nothing new under the sun, and Dad just keeps showing us this. Come on. So look here. Have you ever walked into a job interview or went to a place, and then all of a sudden there's this entity, person, crazy, like, what is wrong with you? And they say, oh my God, I've never seen them act like that. We about to find out why today. I don't know why they just got it out for me. I ain't never did. I just got here. I just moved here. I just moved on this street. Because the demon was there waiting on you. Ah! The demon, honey, was there waiting on you. They know who you are. You just ain't met them yet. Huh? They're not just targeting you for no reason. They on assignment, and I'm about to show you. I think this Acts of John by Pacorus, however you say his name, this needs to be in the Bible. Because we hear about John, I said John the Baptist, someone keeps saying it. John on the Isle of Patmos, we know that he was there. Okay? Listen, just come on in. Let's go. Look. I said, ooh, okay, here we go. Ooh. Having put on the uniform of a magistrate's officer and carrying papers produced through conjuring, he sat down. Remember, magic papers. He sat down in a conspicuous place and began to weep. How often do we see that in scary movies? That the person that's filled with the demon or the evil spirit pretends to cry or be sad. And then it either turns murderous or lustful in the movie. Huh? That's why so many of the ghosts are weeping. Or both. We see it all the time in the weeping with the chains. I hear little kids crying, they say. I hear an old lady crying. Spirits, yeah. Right. Right. You say, why they weeping? Come on, girl. Because guess what? It's a trick. Now, okay, let me get my shield because I know I'm probably about to get some fruit for this one. Okay, Dad, let's go. All right. All right. You ready? Okay, good. How many of y'all let the devil use y'all and play victim? How many of y'all, it really wasn't nothing wrong with you. You wanted some attention. Whole time, you was playing a different game. Did you know that you was allowing this spirit to use you? To manipulate? Oh, right. And deceive. It's like people that say, if you don't come back and be with me, I'm going to unalive myself. I'm so distraught. Whole time, the spirit of unaliving and the spirit of unaliving yourself run together. Either way it goes, somebody gonna die. Mm-hmm. Huh? I know why they took this stuff out the Bible, because then we would know what to look for. There would be so many women and men that would not have fallen into the trap that the devil set for them when their ex or whoever it was say, please forgive me. Just give me one more chance. I won't do it anymore. And then as soon as they get there, they unalive them. If this was in there, you would know not to go back. It's a trick. Do you hear me? We would know it's not who you think it is. They've put on a costume. Because this is exactly what the devil did. Well, not the devil, this spirit that had been haunting or being worshipped. Come on. You hear me? Do you hear what I'm saying? Thank you. Just wait. There's more. I said, hold on, wait a minute. Y'all, I got so many markings in this book. Circa, it's the movie called Obsession that just came out not too long ago. It goes hand in hand with this lesson. Well, come on in, girl. I'm going to have to, somebody else said something about Obsession. I'm going to have to watch it. I'm going to have to watch it. Veils being peeled off my eyes. Come on. You said it happened to the most of us. Listen. Well, come on in then. Look here, because there's more. Here we go. You seen that movie? Okay, you said I only saw a clip of that, and I thought of that too. Interesting. Ain't that crazy? How many of you have heard me say, your movies is just the Bible? So the people that think they gonna get to heaven and be like, oh, I didn't read the Bible, but you did watch the movie about the story. Good enough for me. Because most of the movies that you watch are biblical. But because we don't read outside of the Bible, or we don't go and we study, they can sell us the Bible as cinema. I keep trying to tell y'all that it ain't. What, name one story we didn't read that we couldn't identify with a movie or something that really happened in real life. Oh, okay. They be selling y'all the Bible, mythology, and all of it, because those were real beings. Hello, we've been on TikTok, pumpkin. We've been on not TikTok. We've been on YouTube. We still over there. You said our guardian angels see the plan and try to warn us, and we don't listen either. Come on. Come on. You said good enough for me. Had me screaming. You said, ooh, shoot, gone. You going to have to catch it. Listen. Listen. Come on. It's some more around here. Look at here. It's a trick when you go back. And think about it. Anytime that a person went back to an abusive ex, they always seemed like they were... I know. Moving on. Anyway, all right. Now, the two magistrates officers happened to be passing by. So, real police officers were passing by. And when they saw him weeping and wanted to do a favor for, and wanting to do a favor for one in their uniform, they approached him and said to him, comrade, what's wrong? What's the matter with you? Tell us what is grieving you, and we will help you in whatever way we can. But he, weeping and wailing, says to them, I have fallen into great affliction, and I can no longer live. Wretch that I am. No, I want to throw myself from a cliff. If then you are able to help me, I will tell you. But if not, why indeed would I reveal my mystery? But they said to him, the uniform you are wearing, is it a magistrate's officers? The demon says to them, yes. And then they said to him, then you yourself should know if we are able to help you. And he said, if you wish to, you are able. And they said to him, we wish to. And the demon says to them, swear to me by the great Artemis that even if you must die, you will act on behalf of your friend. Then I will tell you, and you will demonstrate. What the heck? You said restricted in search results because live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility. Community guidelines reason mental health. Seriously? Seriously? They be tripping. They don't want us getting this out there. Ain't that crazy? Now I got 2 back-to-back restrictions. That's why we don't have class over here. Okay? If y'all want to know, that's why we don't have class over here. This is why we stopped having class over here. So if y'all be wanting these classes, Substack and YouTube. And no, they not going to tell you. Even if you subscribe, they be making people right. Okay. Okay. Girl, y'all see how they do. No, you haven't seen. Yeah, but we've been gone from over here for almost a year. I said a year before, but we've been gone almost a year. We working up on a year. I don't have class over here because I can't show y'all the books. Like, people be asking me what books. I can't show them over here. So that's why we ain't been over here, because how we used to have class on TikTok, we can't have class like that no more. But on Substack, I can show the books. We can do everything over there the same way we used to be able to do over here. They just don't let us. So YouTube and Substack, same CERCA TROVA 22. He said, and right when I was thinking, everything's going so well. Listen, yeah, I knew when they stopped letting our numbers go up. Because the first couple of days we was back on here, it's like they didn't know who we was. And then you said we just reading the Bible is ridiculous, right? Well, please do. Yeah, they playing over there too. I ain't even gonna hold you. We can go live today, and YouTube might not alert you for 2 weeks that we live today. You said, thanks, sis. I was wondering what happened to you. Yep, we've been on YouTube the whole time. We got almost 2,000 classes on YouTube, y'all. You said, we're not reading the part of the Bible they want us to read. Right. Fair use of all materials, right. You said, but if you was reading cards, no problem. Girl, say it louder for you know what? Here you go, she is. Let me get you the microphone, girl. Tell it. You said, say that again. She is said, but if you was reading cards, it wouldn't be no problem. Or if you was telling people how to trick, it wouldn't be no problem either. Prostitution, they allow that. And racism. And the selling the kids. They allow that as well. They allow pedophilia. But again, when you was the enemy of the devil, he always trying to stop you. If I was hollering on here talking about, give me all your money, sow a seed on all your money, baby, they wouldn't even say nothing to me. If I was on here promising blessings of $7,652, if you send me $765.22, baby, I'll be all right. Selling dreams, you can stay. Telling the truth, out of here. You said if you was trying to grift, get money, it's allowed. Yeah, arguing, insulting people. Oh, I would have no problems. Because they say way worse than everything that I'm saying on them battles. But long as TikTok can get paid off of it, they don't care. Okay? That's the thing. Because this is all biblical. And they playing. But we going to move on. So, if you like in this class, just in case they be on some BS, we'll immediately be on Substack if they do anything here, and YouTube, CERCA TROVA 22. No, you can't see me. They restricted something. Okay. You said laugh a lot. I remember when the plate used to go around. Sorry you made me. Listen, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. You're welcome. Because I already know. This is why we don't be over here. Our classes used to be real good over here. And then they start playing. So you said, no, I was wondering if something happened. You said, that's why I don't go to TikTok anymore. Yeah, they'd be playing. If I was telling y'all to send me gifts and to like the live, all of that extra stuff, y'all, we wouldn't have no problems over here. You said my YouTube is skipping, so I'll leave and come back in. Mm-hmm. Oh, you left and come back in. Oh, you said they don't like them hidden gems being found. Mm-hmm. No. But it's still CERCA TROVA 22, y'all. CERCA TROVA 22. When right is wrong and wrong is right. You said it. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. Okay. Because it's real good over here. So, again. 222. So, basically, the demon put on a police officer's clothing, skin, whatever else it is, and he's now manipulated two real police officers. Okay? We just gonna call them police officers for the sake of it, for paraphrasing. He's now manipulated two other police officers by pretending to be upset about something, but he's plotting. Okay? Hey, he's plotting. Okay? So it says, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. It says, then I will tell you, and you will demonstrate your disposition toward a friend or a foreigner. So he's saying, no matter what I tell you, whether they be somebody from here or somebody that's a foreigner, you got to do it. He said, you will both receive your wages and save my life. And they swore to him that they would see to his problem with all their power. He then showed them a bag of gold. So with Judas, it was a bag of silver. With John the Baptist, the devils then came with a bag of gold. Interesting. The coins. The bag that the devil keep having y'all chasing. He don't care about offering you no bag. And it's crazy because that's all he has to offer you is false promises and money for the love of money. Girl. And he manipulating you the whole time. Ain't that crazy? So has Lucifer or any of his friends changed? Same trick, different coin. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on. And the fact that it said that they can make paper by conjuring makes you think about money. How it could just go up in smoke and it's worth nothing. Huh? Same tricks. Ain't that crazy? So even in the days of John, the Revelator, fool's gold, girl, made me think about the leprechauns. And they always wanting you to get into some type of agreement, some type of magical agreement with them. And they offer you money, gold, fame, whatever. Whole time it ain't even real. Nothing is real. Your pain is going to be real. What you go through because you made that vow is going to be real. But what they are offering you is not real. How many times have we seen stars get all this fame and fortune and then they end up living on the street with nothing? NBA players and all of these different people, and the trauma and craziness that they went through, at the end of it, they always tell you it's not, fame is not worth what you have to go through to get it. You said even if they should die, like y'all didn't hear that part, right? Hey, Pumpkin. So the devil ain't even sending nothing new. He's sending the same thing every single time. Crazy. For all of these generations, he sent the same thing. The same enemies, okay? So look. It says, dear friends, contend for the prize. You know what this made me think about? Best actress, best singer, best producer, best this, that, and the other. Is he using anything else? You have to sign a contract with people that will manage you, and you have to go where they tell you to go. You have to sing the songs that the label or you have to act in the parts. Hey, whether you like it or not, they say you want to be famous, don't you? Nequa. Because it's two of them now. He said whoever wins, contend for the bag. Compete to be the bag. It's real. It's right here. We're reading it. You said, why when the old tricks work just fine? You said, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. Ooh, good old humiliation ritual. You said, No, I'm not. I'm on YouTube. Ain't this crazy? Lucifer really don't. I can see why God be like, for real. You don't feel like Adam right now and Eve. Now you see why God said, go study what your forefathers went through so you can see the wiles and tricks of the enemy, so you can see why I messed them up too, because they kept going over there and listening. You said those people that have the name, they are enforcing this deception. Interesting. Interesting. Do you feel like if you would have known these things, that there's a lot of things that you wouldn't have fallen for? Maybe there was a lot of situations, if these books were in the Bible that we read, because it's the rest of, they don't tell us nothing about when John was on the Isle of Patmos, except for he got revelations, but he was there for a long time, and he wasn't just in jail the whole time. He was not just in jail the whole time. Hey, Taisha. Mm. Let's keep going. I'm telling you, it's good. So he says, contend for the prize. Look indeed at what is set aside for your labor. Now they were exceedingly curious about his problem, and said to him, tell us, dear friend, and have no fear. Then weeping and wailing, he began to tell them, I, wretch that I am, are from Caesarea, and from Caesarea of Palestine, and an assistant of the courts. And two men were handed over to me from Jerusalem. The name of one is John, and the other one, and the name of the other is Prochorus. Excuse me. Now, having received them, I threw them into prison for 3 days. And on the fourth day was their court appearance, and they were charged with doing many impious and evil things. And the magistrate, having seen the extent of the wicked deeds which they with which they were charged, I'm sorry, y'all, sent them back to jail, so that with another examination he might more scrupulously learn about their deeds. And when I took them and led them away to jail, I took them and led them away to jail, but through some magical wicked scheming, they escaped from my hands. And I reported what had happened to my master, and he, having mercy, said to me, go, you wretch, and pursue them, otherwise you will die badly. And if you find them, return with them, but if you do not find them, do not return, for I know the wrath that the magistrate has against them. So basically, the demon lied and was like, my master sent me here. I came from another city, and basically he bounty hunting. Basically, he made himself like he was a bounty hunter. Okay? Right? And he's acting all distressed like he didn't lost the prisoners that he had captured, basically. He's lying and telling them that John and Prochorus got away from him by magic. Okay? But this is a whole demon that has put on flesh to look like a police officer and conjured warrant papers. Did your Bible tell you anything about this in John the Baptist? John the Revelator in the book of Revelations, or any of the other books, the New Testament, anywhere? Anywhere where John the Revelator is mentioned, did you know that he was going through any of this? I didn't either. Just like we didn't know what happened to John the Baptist when he was 2 and 5 and 7 until we read his stuff. Because they make it seem like he just lived in the wilderness and was just off doing nothing the whole time. Jesus was going out there to see him all the time. It says none of this. Ain't that crazy? And we just okay with, oh, he was in the wilderness. Well, if you went and lived in the wilderness for about 28 years or 25 years, what would you, you ain't gonna have no stories about how you didn't kill a bear or nothing. Nothing. Interesting. Hey, Sherry. Okay. So it says, and the two men were handed over. Oh, we read that already. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Don't do that. I'm like, what was that noise? Okay. It says, and again he showed them the bag of gold. So he reiterated the money, saying, well, taking these for cost, I departed. Look, these are the depositions concerning them. And he showed them the counterfeit papers while telling them, I have heard from many that they are here, and that's why I'm here in this city, having left behind wife and child and home, and I'm journeying on their account into a foreign land. But I beg you, dear friends, having mercy on my foreignness. I'm sorry, have mercy on my foreignness. Then the magistrate's officer said to him, you shall do yourself no harm, friend. For the for the magicians that you seek are here. And the demon said to them, I am afraid they'll also flee from here through some magical, wicked scheming. Huh? So do this, dear friends. Capture them and let no one know, and kill them and receive these spoils from me. But they said to him, it is better for you that we arrest them, and you turn them over. If we kill them, how will we return? How will you return to your country? But he said to them, kill them, my friends, and I won't want to see my country. So they agreed with him to unalive us and to receive conjured money. Tell me this don't remind y'all of the famous people. The diamonds and gold and a lot of stuff that they have, it don't even be real. It's all conjured. Even the illusion that they are as rich as they are, they can give you a net worth and they can take it immediately. But you have to do some type of ritual to get it. Is that not conjured money? Wouldn't you call that conjured money? If you got to do a ritual to get rich, to get famous, that's conjured money. Crazy, right? Nothing new under the sun. So what the famous people do to get rich, and they're willing to unalive a family member for conjured gain? Because there's a bloodshed that needs to happen, or a defilement that needs to happen in order for you to receive the funds, and then there's some type of ritual. So then that would be conjured money. You said you will never prosper from a deal with the devil. Uh-oh. You said yes, and almost all the old artists are broke and on tour. Oh, you said it, I didn't. Blood ritual is right. He will take it all. Ain't that crazy? So the same things that was happening back in the days of John the Revelator, and even it's still happening. Listen. Okay. Here we go. So I'm not going to read all of this because I want y'all to do it, and they go through and this and that and so forth and so on. because I want y'all to read the rest of it. Okay, so they basically arrest John them. The two guys arrest John them. We're going to run through this. They arrest John them, right? But prior to that, what's the name of what book, honey? Listen, whatever you missed, I love you. You can go to YouTube. We're reading the book of Acts. I mean the book of Acts of John by Prochorus. I can't show it here. Okay? I can't show nothing over here or they gonna flag me. They didn't already flag me twice. So whatever you missed, you can go to the beginning of the YouTube and actually fast forward or rewind, and it'll let you. Because if I show anything, if I do anything, they gonna play with my life. We did it the other day. I'm not able to show books over here no more because I don't have no card. Prochorus. Chorus. You know I'm country. Chorus. Prochorus. Okay. All right. So, fast forwarding. I just really want to tell y'all, but I can't tell y'all everything. So, after the demon did all this, we're going to read this little part right here, chapter 52, where it says, well, John knew by the Spirit everything. Well, John knew by the Spirit everything the unclean demon was doing against us. And he said to me, child, Prochorus, I want you to know and to prepare your soul for a trial. For the demon that dwells in the altar of Artemis is inciting a great dust up and affliction against us. Look, he has provoked the two magistrates' officers against us, having taught them wicked things about us. Indeed, God has made known to me all things spoken by the demon about us. Therefore, take courage and prepare for these things. Huh? God let them know you're not just going up against a regular police officer, baby. It's a demon disguised as a police officer, disguised as a judge, disguised as an agent, as a human. That man didn't shoot her in the face until she said, I rebuke you, demon. And that's when he shot her. So was she really having a mental breakdown, or was she seeing? Because death has an appearance. Do you hear me? He said this is the second child we see with an apostle disciple. Yes. He said just like a couple of years ago when that black lady got shot in her face. But this is the one I'm talking about. Yes. What they be going through today. Right. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood. Exactly. But come on in, because y'all about to see something. Y'all ready? We're going to keep reading right here. While John was saying these things to me, the two magistrate officers came and arrested us. Okay? Now, Dioscorides was not with us then. And so John said to the magistrate officers, for what cause are you arresting us? Sound familiar? And they said, for magical wicked scheming, for walking across the street. But John said to them, we look guilty? What we done did? I ain't did nothing. Sound familiar? Nah. But John said to them, and who is our accuser? Who said, we got a report that you was walking while black. You was eating while black. You was shopping while black. You was sitting and sleeping in your car while black. We got a report that there's a burglar. I knew that was going to happen. That's my mama. I call her back. Huh? Sound familiar? Prochorus wasn't doing nothing. They chilling. And all of a sudden, the police officers come and say, hey, we got a warrant for your arrest. Me? I ain't did that. Nah, yes, you did. And they said, well, who said we? Don't worry about it. We arresting you. Well, can you tell me what I did? No. Maybe they didn't put this story in the Bible because we would know what to look for. Because it's so crazy that this right here, what I just said. But John said, you cannot compel us unless you present the accusers before our faces. Tell me who said I did something. So they began to beat him and dragging us. They led us away to an isolated house so that they might unalive us according to the demon's deal. False charges. They chilling. You said that's definitely why they hid the jewels are hid. Right. Is that crazy that the police officers in our days are still using what the demons told them to do back in the day? And they're still making up false charges and shedding innocent blood. They didn't take them to the court. Did you see what it said there? It said they took them away to an isolated house. An isolated neighbor. Off on a boat. Off in the wood. Off in a bad neighbor. Never mind. That's crazy that this is a real book and it used to be part of the Bible and they took it out. I wonder why. You said I can't count how many times we didn't heard of folks found out in abandoned homes unalived. Oh, okay. What's the story going around about all the people they found hanging? The police. Oh, there's some dust in here, y'all. Everybody said the same thing. Oh my God, it's some strange fruit on the tree. Oh no, it's another strange fruit. Oh no, it's a magistrate's officer. Pretending to be a magistrate's officer the whole time. You a demon in disguise. So is that why they took these books out? Because when we saw it on the news, we would know what we was looking at. That some of these police officers... Remember, this demon said he had a family and a wife and he left his kid. Don't forget that. Okay. I'm reading from the Acts of John by Prochorus. Hello. I want to say that first. Excuse me. Hello, CERCA. How you doing? Can you please tell me what book you reading from? We use Spanish. We ain't stopped using them just because we ain't been up here. Hello. Got y'all wheels turning? Is your toes wiggling? Is they? Because mine was wiggling. That's why it took me a long time to get in here. Hey, Pumpkin. Crazy. You said lost my toes sophomore year. That part, you said they been gone. Ain't that crazy how that happens? There really is nothing new under the sun. Y'all hear my stomach moving around? You said I'm shaking my leg. Ain't it? But this ain't mind blowing to y'all. We know that people was falsely accused and stuff like that, but this hit different. You said what are even toes? Right. We ain't had toes. Same old playbook. Ain't that crazy? Okay, let's keep going. Now Romana ran and told Dioscorides, okay, and immediately he came. So they came and they did that, and so forth and so on, right? Basically, when they went back, once they so the house that the house that John was staying in, him and Prochorus, the person that was hosting them found out or came by the house and saw what they was doing. He was like, "You can't do this. You're not able to do this. Is against the law. Like, this is wrong." And they like, "Man, you better get out of here." And he was like, "No, we taking them before the magistrate." You said I started reading pieces and parts of the new OTPs to my grandmother, and she calls me every morning at 8 a.m. for a Bible study. She said, "Baby, this is the meat." Come on. Is this the grandma? That's the pastor? The pastor grandma? The minister grandma? Before I go get what I'm about to get. Hold on, I get to see something. Look at my baby. You see that? You ain't never too old. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, Reese. So you said... Because the big fish be the matriarchs and the patriarchs who everybody go to. And then when you caught you a big fish. Did y'all hear that? This grandmother is a minister or a pastor. Hello. You said G-Mom might as well make a page. She got her page right over there at her granddaughter's house. She's sowing the seeds. And don't think grandma ain't telling nobody. Huh? God know what she needed. He sent her right what she needed, and it came through her bloodline. Ain't that crazy? This is why tradition can't blind your eyes to what God wants to give you. No, we on YouTube. We've been on YouTube. Y'all, we've been having class this whole time. We almost at 2,000 classes, no joke. We're like 1,900 and something. We've been having class still. We still been having class. We just came back over here door knocking. And we drove the boat back by to see if y'all wanted to hop off this island and, do something else. We came back by to see if the waves that we told y'all was going to come over here didn't came. Like the wave of the military being on the streets that we talked about. And the wave of the food not being no good. And the wave of no gas. And the wave of war. And the waves. We just skirted up on y'all real quick to see how y'all doing on the island. Y'all doing all right over here? Did the weather that we told y'all was going to come in the last 4.5 years? It did. Oh, okay. Well, you're going to want to go find us on YouTube because they restrict our classes. We can't get all the way loose like we do. So, YouTube, and we're on Substack. We can show all the books. I can show you the names of the books. Over here, I can't even hardly do our costumes or nothing. So, these is limited classes. I can't even, they already gave me 2 restrictions and we just reading the book. So, I've been on YouTube this whole time. You said your work has not been done in vain. Come on. I'll take it. You said Granny PJ don't play. She gets down. Come on. Grandma gonna tell everybody. You already know. Baby. But did you know that Paul, baby, I gets to the meat of the work. Once they get it, baby, they gonna call Ethel. Girl, so what you been doing? I just been on the phone with my granddaughter. We have Bible study every morning about 7:30. Right. Your granddaughter, yeah. She been studying the lost books. I know Pastor tell us don't study, but baby, it's some meat in there, and I am getting the word. You said you want to join in. Well, I have to ask my granddaughter because she want to give it. I don't know. I have to see if my granddaughter's all right with that. Now, don't tell Pastor, because they don't want us reading and stuff. I be reading. You said, I had my mom hooked on you up until she transitioned in 2024. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that your mama passed, but I'm happy that she got the juice before she left. Because think about this, right? And we say this all the time. Everybody's like, oh, I know Jesus, but do you? Tell me what he did when he was like 8 months old. Tell me what happened with his blankets when his mama took him off of him. What would happen? Tell me what happened with the water that she bathed their son in when he was an infant. Tell me. Matter of fact, tell me what he said to his mama when he was first born, hot out the. What'd he say? Tell me why the alabaster box is so important. The one that the hoe had that she poured on his feet. What was in it? You don't know. His umbilical cord and his stem cells was in it. But you know the Lord. Tell me what he did when he was. Okay. You don't just know what everybody else knows. And that's the crazy thing. Because you said don't forget Ethel and Pearline. Come on. If you know somebody, you try to learn as much as you can about their life. You don't just take surface stuff. Well, what did you do when you were 5? Well, what's your favorite color? Well, do you know any of those things about Jesus, or you only know what's right in front of your face? Okay. I'm happy you shared it with your mama. I'm happy. You said just like that, neck rolling, head shaking, arms waving, feet tapping, just running. You said that's what you call good information. You said the Bible study is for surely forced to, cause 8 is early. Didn't I tell you? Girls probably gonna get earlier than that. I told you people used to call my phone at 3:35 in the morning saying, "But you ready to study? Do you even care that I'm married?" I'll call you for Bible study. My mama, she used to call me. I told y'all she would call me at like 2 o'clock in the girl. You know I'm married, and yes, I'm up studying, but you still don't get to call my house at 2 o'clock in the morning because you know I'm up. And you interrupted my Bible study with the Lord with me and him because I got to teach here later. Girl, they won't care. Let it get juicy. Now she's like, "Baby, you sleep?" Well, my mom, I was about to go to sleep. Well, let me tell you because I didn't found something here. You know anything about? That's how it started. All it's gonna take is for one of y'all Bible studies and for her to go somewhere else and see something that she's been reading her whole life, and you pointed it out and you read her the real story of it, and when she go back, baby, she did the hook, line, and sinker. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you. Why would you ever want to go back to just the regular Bible after reading what we read? It's, I ain't gonna say the Bible boring, but it's basic. It's the basic version. It ain't. It's not. It's great, but it's not. It's a lot of stuff missing out of there. You said I can't even listen to people's sermons anymore. It just irks my whole spirit because they don't know what they're talking about. They just be okay. How many people after reading the OTP and you said I can't? Lost Book Setup. I told y'all wasn't gonna go back. I told y'all when we first got over here. I said, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. After studying these things, you will not be able to go back to regular church and just sit there and listen to them talking because you know they don't know. You know they making it up because they don't know. And not everybody, but and you will hear the same thing over and over. They're never expounding on it because we read stories that now we got other pieces to now. We're not just reading this part of it. We read Genesis, but we read Adam and Eve, Jasher, and the other Jubilees. And so then Genesis went from this to this. Because you can't tell me that people was living 950 years, 870 years, 672 years, and all of you gonna get out of their whole life is their name and who their oldest son was. It don't even tell you that. It tell you that they had daughters and sons. Did you ever go looking? Probably not. It never tells you when Eve died, but we know she died 6 days after Adam. It don't show you nowhere in the King James Version that Eve ever died. So if we go by that, she's still alive. If we go by the KJV, Eve never died. It say she was created, she messed up, she had 3 kids, and that's it. You don't hear nothing else about Eve in the KJV. Absolutely anything. She ain't nothing about how many kids she had, what it was like to be a mother of a daughter. None of the conversations between you don't get none of that. And as detailed as God is, you think that He wouldn't want us to know about the first two people? They lived 930 years. Oh, what did Adam and Eve do in 930 years? You never thought about there should be a book or something written down about it? Right. You said, now I see that the Bible is my appetizer, but the main course meal is what Dad did and what others went through for his name. Come on. You said, nowhere in the Bible does it show about Adam and Eve, other kids. It just says they had other sons and daughters. I think, what is it? Chapter 5, verse 4, I think, or something. It just says, and he died, he lived 800 years after he had Seth, and he died. And then under that it says, and he had other sons and daughters. Boom. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing. Did I not have water? I must have drank it all. Hold on. God, I mean, how you going, if the same things are troubling us, you would think you would need to go to the first people that went through it, and the first people that went through. And if you think about it, even how God did that, they lived 930 years, so that's more than enough time for the enemy to try every single trick on them. Because if he can get to the first people, if you can get to grandma and grandpa, you can get to the rest of them. Because grandma and grandpa are the matriarch and the patriarch of the family. Everybody gonna go there for wisdom. So if you taint the wisdom that grandma and papa have, okay, don't believe me? My granddaddy always had, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying my granddaddy did. My granddaddy always had a second wife. So then his grandsons and his sons be like, my daddy always had him. My granddaddy always had a side piece, and I'm gonna keep me one too. Grandma always had a boyfriend, and grandpa knew about it, so I'm gonna keep me a boyfriend because they was married for 75 years. My mom and papa set the precedence for the lineage. Your children most times act the way that you do, and they will teach their children to act the way that they did, and so forth. And you heard Emu tell me, Mama, you need to clean up, it's messy. I just had 5 books on the floor. Because that's what I say to her. Hey, you need to get this mess up, it's messy in here. So if I can taint the parents, the whole lineage can be tainted unless God does something about it. They whole family like that. All of them like that. I heard the grandma like that. I heard the papa like that. 5 too many, girl. She said, Mama. Right? If you see a little boy with his pants hanging down under his cheeks, he could barely walk, with a too little shirt on, I bet you if you don't look but a little couple feet over, you might see a daddy with the same outfit. And in this day and age, you might see a granddaddy looking like he's about 9 months pregnant with the same outfit on. And they all gonna tell each other, you got that fertilizer on, nigga. I see you, son. I see you, papa. I see you, unc. I see you. And y'all all look like clowns. Put some bigger pants on so you can run if the police come. Never mind. Y'all didn't think I was coming for y'all? Oh, I'm coming for y'all too. Just because you got a halter top on don't mean your daughter need one on. Just because you got spandex on don't mean your baby needs to wear it. You can get a mommy and me outfit where she ain't dressed like she 19 and she's only 2. I'm going to go and get my stuff because I don't know what kind of place I'm in right now. Just because you got here a 30-inch bust down, your baby don't need one. And she 3. 7 either. She don't need hair past her tail. Sorry. It's cute. And I did hair for a living, and I would tell parents, no, I'm not putting that because it's too grown. And then y'all wonder why you got to check grown men about your kids. And all my daughters is thicker than 1,000, young. They had shapes. Okay? And I used to have to check. My oldest was 9. She looked like a little person because she was so thick and so short. And I used to have to tell, hey, she's 9 years old. What is you looking at? That's why I always made her walk in front of me, because if you do a double take, that's a child. I'm talking about she was 9 years old, but she wore a 2 or 3 in women's. So, and she's shapely right now. And I used to have to check grown men in the stores and going places about looking at my child. And I didn't dress her grown, but she was shapely. But to people that like the innocence of kids, they like the fact that your baby ain't got nothing up here, but they got grown clothes on, brats, dolls. What's the other dolls that you put in the water and the lingerie pop up? What's them dolls called? That people didn't even know they had BDSM or whatever clothes on underneath there, underneath the little cute girly clothes. Laugh out loud dolls, yeah. Exactly. And they know you gonna give them to the kid, run the bath water, and walk out. And by the time kid gonna stay in there until they cold. Well, now they see lingerie when you ain't in the bathroom. By the time the kid take it out, guess what? The regular clothes back on. Magic. Hello. No, you can't meet my daughters, right? But I'm saying even in the store. You said, girl, that's the quickest way to piss me off. You said, why that baby look like a mini you with a halter top on and a 72-inch braid? Listen, definitely we're more than 3. Listen, you said, just know it goes both ways. So many people come up to me and stop me about my oldest, my build by my oldest. You said even family members be making comments that make me feel so uncomfortable. You said like culture was hiding her belly, looked very uncomfortable with a halter top on her birthday party. I didn't see it. You said we stopped going around my daddy completely because he said my baby was shaped like me and my mother, and me and my mother, and he messed with my mama when he was 18 and she was 14. Come on. You said, didn't a mama just unalive a man for being with her 13-year-old? Folks should know better. This part. It's women predators too. I told y'all. It was women trying to pay my son for his virginity. Not a joke. Because he was 24. And from 18 to... Actually before that, but once he turned about 18, it was whole women my age trying to pay my son, offering him thousands of dollars to take his virginity. Up until he was 24 years old. In real life. And I told him, I said, women gonna be trying to pay you for that. Because... hate to say it, most black men, they not making it to 18 a virgin, and they definitely ain't making it to 24 no virgin. And I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just saying most of them don't. Most men don't make it to 24 and be a virgin. You ain't even gonna just say black men. Men, period. They don't make it. And women was trying to pay him for his virginity. You said yes, and they locked her under, they locked her up. That's crazy. That man was hiding under her child's bed. Right. Let me go get on the treadmill. That made my blood boil. I seen the pregnant dog. I seen it. You said both my girls are fine. You said my baby girl is 11 and been having a wagon all her life. You're right. But I keep grandma with me. And the girl, I'm trying to tell you, my daughters they been shapely. They were shapely in elementary school. And that's why I had to buy their clothes a certain way. Buy long shirts to kind of cover, because folks is weird. My son is about to be 19 and still got his too. Come on, Rhonda. It's far and few between in this day and age, because sex sell butter. Okay? Our children are bombarded with sexual images from the time they're, I mean, look at all the Disney shows. When you go and look, and in the back it's whole body parts looking like castles and whatnot, and boobs in the air, and Lion King and all of this. Subliminal photos, honey. You said people see my baby and say, yeah, she gonna be built like you. You said that'll be the last time they see us too. Come on. You said it's so sad my son is battling older women and homosexual males at his school. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I already, listen, I done told y'all my stories. I was just talking to my older daughter today. He'll be 17. Remember, 17 is victory. You said that part, my daughter took her mama's shape and her dad don't play. He be telling her, lift your hands up if I can see your belly. Change it now. I'm trying to tell you. And people don't want to talk about it. But you don't know. Demons are plotting on your children from the time they get here. That's why the whole playhouse thing and You said y'all remember the pregnant Barbie doll? They got some on TikTok, and honey, it come out the sack and everything. It ain't just the baby in there. You gotta bust the amniotic sac. I just seen it. I just seen it. It's a little bitty plastic baby that come in jail. You can see through it. And then you gotta break the baby out and then put her flat stomach on. You said my daddy had 6 girls. We had to pass the fingertip test in real life. In real life. Now, when my daughters got to high school, that was something different. I ain't even gonna hold you because you gonna sneak and do it. But when they was younger, oh yeah, no. You said I just seen that TikTok the other day. I said, what the heck is that? The baby in a bubble. Yep. You said we don't play that with Jacelyn at all. Her hair to her butt, but we keep it tied up and refuse to allow her to wear it down because she's only 11. You said, like you said, too grown. That part, never know who look it. I'm trying to tell you. It's crazy, ain't it? Yeah. The enemy don't care. Y'all about to see. Come on. Come on. Just come on. Come on. Because we ain't even got to where we got to go yet. So basically, Dioscorides, he is the person that's hosting John and Prochorus. Okay? So the demon gets people riled up, okay, to go to the house where they stand. Okay? They go looking for him. They can't find him. He done vanished. And then after this, he do his same little deal again, get everybody all riled up. And then they go to where John them is staying at old boy house. We gonna call him Dio. They go to Dio's house and they got the Jews with them. Interesting. Okay. We just gonna read it. It says, and as they were discussing these things, the demon comes to them in the same uniform. So he didn't even change his appearance. And says to them, you were careless, my friends, in this matter. So they explained to him all that they did and said, and Dio took them from us. But if you come with us, we will take them back. The demon said to them, let's go. Now the demon went behind them weeping, and great crowds gathered around them. And he told them all the story that he had told to the magistrate's officers, the lies. And the magistrate's officers supported his account. And filled with rage, they all ran to the house of Dio. But the majority were Jews. The Jews be filled with rage? No. The church people be filled with rage? No. And they don't even have to know if it's the truth. They will make up their own story just to get people to believe them so that they can get a crowd of people to go against a few folks. Interesting. So that was happening in John the Revelator's day. Right. The sarcasm of it all. Listen. No. Interesting. And after pounding on the doors of the entrance, they began not to church people beating down somebody's door. They began to shout Dio. And then Dio says, Do you have something against the city? Hand over the magicians or else. All the city cries out and will burn you with fire and destroy all your property, you and your son and the magician. Wait a minute. I'm going to put my glasses on. So the Jews said, Hand over the magicians or else. All the city cries out, and we will burn you with fire and destroy all your property, you and your son and the magicians. Give up the criminals and the magicians. That could be. You know what? Let me make a call. Hey, Dad. Right. So we're reading over here in John and Procurus. And it seems to be that the same thing that's happening in 2026 is happening right now. I mean, it happened back then. No, word for word. Right, they called the people over in Palestine criminals. Right, and they're burning their stuff down and with their kids with them. Right, so then nothing has changed. In 2 pages, 2 things that are in our news right now was happening to John the Revelator, or John from the Isle of Patmos, in his day. And both of those things right now are in our news and on social media, are they not? That people that are supposed to be law enforcement are taking people to secluded places and unaliving them. And there's a certain group of people that is saying, if you don't leave and give us what we want, we're going to burn everything you got down, you and your kids. It's gonna be a mass genocide over here. All your property is gonna be gone. You, your kids, and your property. Does that make you think a little bit? That the same spirit that was running around when John was on the Isle of Patmos is here right now? How is it that we reading these stories and they should be unfamiliar to us, and yet we can get on TikTok and see it right now? I'm listening. Hey, y'all don't think that's wild? It is to me. Because maybe, had this have been in the King James, There would be some people that wouldn't be okay doing what they're doing right now. Okay? All the folks talking about they Christians, but they not Christ like. Never mind. Let me mind my business. So basically, I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we're gonna go somewhere else real quick. Right. Cause I told y'all this a lot of reading, so we just gonna do. I just wanted to get y'all in it, and then we're gonna get to something else. Give me a second. Sorry, y'all. We not gonna be able to read all this today. Y'all can when y'all get off here, cause it's 30 pages. You said, I think it's sad because maybe maybe history is repeating itself because we didn't learn the lesson we were supposed to learn the first time. Dear daughter, guess what? There's a scripture in the Bible that says, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. You probably know it, Hosea 4:6, right? But the crazy thing is, right above that, it talks about how God has rejected the teachers, the leaders, the pastors, because they refused to learn. Do you know how many people 4.5 years ago when I was teaching this said that this was not biblical? And all of it is the Bible. It is literally the meat of the stories, right? And people's lives all around the world have been changed because they could get this information. There's no I mean, God has given us the knowledge and our lives have changed. And so there's a lot of people that haven't perished because there's a story in the Bible for everything you're going through. Not in the KJV, but the Bible. I'm thankful for you too, Pumpkin. The Bible says that you gotta seek. If you seeking, that means it ain't right in front of you. If you gotta go looking for your glasses or looking for something, that means you gotta get up from where you at. You said they brainwash us in every other area of life. You said, why would they stop at the Bible, the truth? Listen, it's a real thing. This is a thing. It's a person. It's a person, and it's, okay. Have a good day. The devil wants you to deceive a person. That means that they don't know the truth, right? God said, Jesus said, there's mysteries in my word. What does that mean? A mystery is something that you have to figure out. It's just not. It ain't just plain. And they try to say, oh, the Bible just what it is. No, the Bible you read is just what it is. But again, something as simple as finding out when Eve died is a mystery. Because it doesn't tell you. You know she existed. But in your KJV, in the 5th chapter of Genesis, or the 4th chapter, it don't tell you when Eve died. people be confused about where we all came from. Well, in the book of Jubilees and in other books, it tells you that Adam and Eve had daughters, and which brother married who, and which sister married who, and they had kids, and so forth and so on. Adam and Eve had 53 or 63 children, depending on the version of the book you read. So we know they had over 50. Did you know that? No, because in our Bible, it literally just says, and they had. There it is. All right. Genesis 5, verse 3 says, when Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived 930 years and then he died. It never said nothing about Eve. And we know right in the beginning of this, it says, this is the written account of Adam's line. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them, Eve, male and female, and blessed them. And when they were created, he called them man. Well, why we don't know when the wombed man died then? Yes. You said, this is why I love your teachings, because you help me to find answers to questions I've always had. You're welcome, Pumpkin. That's because we go looking, girl. He won't be able to say, I didn't go looking to give whoever he sent to me the information. You won't be able to say, I didn't want. Literally, if you go and you read Hosea 4, for real, read the whole of Hosea 4. Is it 6 and 4 or 4 and 6? Hosea 4 and 6, right? 6 and 4, whichever one. I can't think of it right now. Y'all know the numbers. Is it 4 and 6? Or 6 and 4? I think it's 4 and 6. Anyway, read it. And literally replace priest with pastor and see what you get. It's 4 and 6. Go read the 4th book of Hosea and take your time. Don't just read it. Take your time and go through there. It says that the pastor's daughters is hoes. It says your daughters and your daughter-in-laws commit sexual sins just like you do. How many times have we seen pastors in a scandal? And it's normally a sex scandal. Who's the people telling people not to read the lost books of the Bible? The pastors. They tell you don't need it. They say don't add or take away. And the original King James had 80 to 81 books. Yours got 66. The Bible says don't add and don't take away. This is the Bible. All of these people that we are reading about, most of them are mentioned in your Bible. That is the mystery. Again, there were 72 disciples. You said my pastor friend told me not to read it. Said folks don't understand the 66, but you said, but it's trying to read it. Listen, singing in my timeless voice. Take your time. What's the rush? That part. Okay? And even the KJV says Jesus did so many miracles they can't even be contained in books. So you think that him it prophesied being 2 years old when he went to Egypt, roughly 11 or 12 in the temple. He's gone for 18. I said 28. He's gone for 18, 19 years. Then he just showed back up. So you don't think he was doing nothing during them 18 years from 12 to 30 that you don't think he was doing nothing? You think he was just what? What was he doing? Tell me. You said my husband said, who is that on your YouTube? She clocking a T. Hilarious. Listen, you said, can y'all imagine how much more is out there that we don't even have? Girl, yes, and that's why I be looking. again, they hid it. If it's a mystery, right? They'll tell you don't read mythology, but how many times have we read mythology and it's a biblical story? A gazillion. And if God says I have people and sheep in all folds, that means I can't just study the KJV to understand. I need to go to Egypt because the Hebrews were in Egypt. Jesus went to Egypt, so you don't think they got no accounts of Jesus being there from the time he was 2? You don't think nothing happened when God showed up into Egypt? God in the flesh. You don't think nothing happened? He was just a baby, a little toddler running around. Really interesting. You read the birth or the infancy of Jesus Christ, you can find out what happened when he was 5, when he went to the teacher and the teacher said, say Aleph or Aleph, however you say it, and he said, tell me why I put the humps in the B first, then I'll say it. Could you imagine a 5-year-old little kid? You said, so true. I was told Jesus doesn't talk about those lost books. You don't need it. But he told you it was 72 disciples. And everybody had a scribe. You said, I didn't realize the Odyssey was a biblical story until you taught me that. But it's plain as day, ain't it? So is all your super and Marvel movies too. Because the Bible told us it was superhumans. In Genesis 6. They were the mighty men of renown, the mighty men of old. Giants, Nephilim. That would be a superhuman. When the angels came down and made it with the women. Okay. You said such a smart man. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. See, the church make you argue over who's anointed. We over here trying to get the knowledge. Oh, they ain't anointed. Who's your pastor? We supposed to be serving God under the same God. So why is all that? What's all that for? That's why. But think about this. If they want to argue over the regular KJV, why would he give them the extra if they still fighting over this 2,000 years later? It's a regular Bible. They can't even agree on this. So do you think their minds could absorb the things that we read? Probably not. And they'll tell you, oh, I'm not ready for that. So you're going to be on the milk until God come back. Got it. You don't want to eat no meat of the word. Got it. Just say that. You like Infamil, Nutramagen, Similac. You've been in church 75 years, baby, and you can't even tell me when Eve died. That's scary. You said, thank God for this class. Mary Magdalene was supposed to be unclean, and Jesus used her. Sure did. Matter of fact, she was the only one carrying around his DNA. Hello. He gave her access to something nobody else had. And you will not see anywhere else where Jesus' DNA was poured on anybody except for Mary Magdalene. Oh, okay. You said Nutramagen. My kids used to be on that. I had some friends' kids that had sensitive stomachs. I didn't like the way it smelled. And she said he got to take this because he got acid reflux or something. Huh? Yeah. Listen, when they be talking about folks being unclean and all of this, Noah was an alcoholic. What? Moses was a murderer. David was an adulterer and So you mean to tell me that Noah, the alcoholic, God chose to save him instead of all the other men that was on the planet? Come on now. You said, when I heard that Noah was an alcoholic, I couldn't understand. But once I got the rest of the story, I totally got it. Girl, come on. people that the church try to throw away is the people God used. Still, I was one of them. Yeah. They started kicking me out of church too. I was 10 years old. Nigga, I stood up and said, wait a minute, something ain't right here. Mind you, my grandma was the pastor. Get her out of here. She can't come back until she apologized to me. And then at 14, I got kicked out of another 12 or 13. Got walked out of another church. Still exactly what I said came true, because I stood up in that place and was like, y'all, I don't know if y'all know, but it's demons behind this curtain. I didn't even know the place used to be a mental institution that they was having church in. The pastor, after I left there, after they had my brother walk me out of the church, y'all know that man ended up going crazy. He ended up losing his mind for real. Oh, in my hometown. No joke. Yeah. My grandma too. I didn't even know. In real life. And I had stood up in my grandma's church and said, the Spirit of the Lord is no longer here. And I didn't know she had a psychotic break like 11 months after that. But I was a kid, so of course I didn't find out until I was 40 something that had happened. They hid that because she was the pastor. Oh, never mind. In real life. Yeah, here we go. So now that we know that the demons then showed up at the house, okay, and they then tried to get these people to go against John and Procurus, right? They didn't lock them up. I want to get to the part because there's so much in here. It's so much. So basically, can I just tell y'all? They get to another person's house, okay? They get to another person's house, and the demon, well, they go in front of the judge. They lock them up, all this stuff. So they getting ready to unalive them. Not to mention Hercules married someone in the Bible. He married Abraham's granddaughter. Aphor's daughter. Aphor. A-F-E-R. Or Afar. Like Afar, is it Egypt or Ethiopia? Like that kind. That's a person's name. And that person had a granddaughter that actually married Hercules. Because how they spell Hercules is not the real one. That's why folks keep thinking that Hercules was white. Sorry. But if you go and you look up Heracles, because his mama was Hera, right? Hera, I believe it's Kles. It show you a different image. Right. We get the Roman or the Greek spelling of it. But a lot of times it's a spelling that's older than it. And they, just like they changed Maccabees and Maccabees, same story. It used to be MEQ. Used to Heracles and K. Sometimes it has a K as well. When you go look up those, you see something different. Just like when you look up Maccabees and MEQ, I think it's BYEN or AN for Maccabean. Same story, but you get a different picture when you look, and it takes you to a different place. Same people. Just like in Europe, most of the saints are dark on their paintings and pictures and statues. Just like in the UK, up above the places where palm colored people live now, the coat of arms got a nigga as dark as somebody in Sudan on it. Those are not what y'all think. They just, as racist as this world is, y'all think they just gonna put a random black person up over the door on a coat of arms? Y'all, I mean, for real. Y'all think they just doing that? That's just there for decoration? No. And if I could show y'all books, I could show y'all. But over here, y'all know they not going to let me. But if you go back to my old classes when we did, it's a book, right? Where is it? Behind here somewhere. The Odyssey copy that I have on the inside. Did I move it? Yes, I did. Where are you? Oh, there it is. The Iliad and the Odyssey, the copy that I have, the people in there have locks. And they have dark, 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 dark black bodies. And if you go look up who the original Macedonians are and those people, you'll see something. Because they are who became the Romans and the Trojans and all of that. But again, everything in history has been whitewashed and it sucks. But it is what it is. You gotta look. It's a mystery. You gotta go back older than the 1900s. I can't show you here. Now, Das, if you wanna, or Das Wild, if you wanna come over to my YouTube, I'll pull it down and show it over here. I can't over here. So go to CERCA TROVA 22 real quick to those of you that want to see it, and I'll show you how they depict the original people. You just gonna have to come over here and let me know you over here. CERCA TROVA 22. I'll show you on YouTube, but I can't show you on TikTok. Oh, girl, you about to tear up some stuff. My shofars, I can't mess them up. Here's one. You see how dark skinned those people are? You see it? You see? Okay. Now, watch this. Where are you? See something? What you see? We're not done yet. Give me one more. I'm gonna show you some. Is it this one? Ah. Okay. I believe it is. If not, it's not other one. I'm just looking for a couple quick pictures here. What you see right there? Bird person. And you know the people in Egypt and Nubia, before it was called Egypt, it was Nubia, and Kemet or Kemet, which means the same thing as Cherno. Kemet or Kemet and Cherno. New. You see that? Right? Now, if you go look in Eastern Indian culture, the Hindu culture, you're going to see green people, very dark-skinned people, blue people, bird people. Because we got all their histories up there. It's a specific picture I'm looking for. I don't think it's in this book. I think it's in my other one. The bird, right? You said, and that's a kid's book, or at least they sell it in the kids section. You already know they tell the kids the truth. You already know they tell the kids the truth. It's another one I'm looking for, but we gonna get on with the class. It's in here somewhere. I don't feel like trying to hide it from over here. So, again, our older classes from 22, 23, I did a lot of showing the books, right? Because they wasn't tripping, but I can't do it over here no more. But it's proof that we have, like, hello. There's a book back here that someone sent me. We know who, but we ain't telling our business. That says that Adam, Seth, and somebody else was 30 feet tall, and Noah was 210 feet tall. And they have the graves because they're in Lebanon, different places in Palestine. The first people were buried. I don't know if y'all know that or not. It's called The Giant Cities of Beishan. It's an old book from 1891. You should go look there. Thank you, T. You hear me? Yeah. But there's a book called The Giant Cities of Beishan. Y'all wonder why they trying to get into Palestine? That book will tell you. Because Noah was buried, if I'm not mistaken, in Lebanon. Seth was buried, I think, in Anti-Lebanon, and somebody else was it's in there. And in 1891, they went to visit these places, and they talked about graves of enormous size being all over where Palestine. You said I believe it because of how the ark how huge it was. Yep. You said Sam is upside down, trying to get a better look, and the bear is looking at him like, hmm? Hey, you said, okay, in real, if you want to see it and you don't believe, matter of fact, I got a screenshot. You can screenshot it and read it for yourself. I have a screenshot, and I'm gonna turn the camera so you can screenshot it and read it for yourself. Because I just took a screenshot the other day because they won't let me show the books. See right here? It says they were the terror of the Israelites and the champions of their foes as late as the time of David. And strange to say, traditionary memorials of these primeval giants exist even now in almost every section of where? Palestine. In the forms of graves of enormous dimensions, as the grave of Abel is near Damascus, is 30 feet long, that of Seth in Anti-Lebanon about the same, and that of Noah in Lebanon, which measures no less than 70 yards. That's 210 feet tall, roughly. But if y'all want to screenshot that so you can read it, hold on your own. That's the name, that's the book. Come on. Talks about the Amorites living there. The Aboriginal Rephaim lived in Palestine. Interesting. And y'all wonder why they're trying to get over there now. Now y'all know what that war is about. They need them bones. They need that DNA, honey, so they can make some super soldiers. Crazy, right? That's why they're getting rid of all the old books. Because the old books have the truth in them. And you can't flip-flop it like they be doing on the internet. Can't change it. It's already printed. And it was at a time when was trying to learn about the colored places of the world in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when folks started traveling to like Egypt and stuff like that. I have books up there to show you that where the pyramids are, where everybody go visit, it used to be lush green before the 1900s, and a whole bunch of other people started going over there, and now it's sand. But there's pictures from 1917 where it was a lush garden right around where you You know, where they done made all the tourism right there around the pyramids and stuff. You know, it used to be, and they're black and white photos from late 1800s, early 1900s. Because the book, yeah, 1917 is that book. So it's over 100 years old. The Giant Cities of Beishan is 1891. Beishan. Mm-hmm. So you wonder why they want to get into Palestine. That book is going to tell you why, because there's some stuff over there. They talk about these majestic black mountains that nobody can go by because the turban men with their big old swords and stuff will. And there's, this is all somebody's travels. They taught that knowledge in school. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And in they clubs and stuff where everybody wasn't. Um, it's basically Indiana Jones. If you think about matter of fact, if you want to know what's up, go watch Indiana Jones. And yes, it's corny. It's so much information in all the Indiana Joneses. They played in our face. They told y'all what they found, when they found it, where they were excavating at in Indiana Jones. It's all in the Indiana Jones got so much good stuff in it, and a lot of it is not just TV. So there's that. Definitely watch Indiana Jones. Anyway, we've been here 3 hours. I'm just gonna tell y'all the part that I want to tell y'all. So if you can go to page 316 real quick in book 3, and we about to read 68, and then we're gonna get to where we're trying to go to, because there's so much in here I wanna touch on, and I'm getting whatever. So we about to do this. It's already 5 o'clock. Y'all ready? And I need to call my mama back. Page 316, book 2. And then chapter 68. Because y'all can go through and read the rest of it. I just want to hit on the parts. I told you I was 30 pages of reading. I knew we wasn't going to get through all of it. But it says, when we had embarked on the ship, they ordered us to sit between the soldiers and their slaves. Each day then there was given to my teacher and me 6 ounces of bread, a cup of water, and 1 measure of poor wine. Well, John, the apostle of Christ, in my estimation, took 2 ounces of bread and 1/8 of a cup of water, and the rest he gave to me. Ain't that crazy? We just talked about that's what folks is about to be. We just read something about that. About when the prophet, was it Ezekiel? That's about how much bread he could eat and water he could drink in a day. 1/6 of a hen. A gallon, I guess, is like a half. A hen is like a gallon or a gallon and a half, whatever. And 1/6 of that end up being like 2 cups or something like that. It's crazy that when God is getting ready to use you, he puts you on a specific diet. When he know you getting ready to go into spiritual warfare, he will put you on a specific diet. Interesting. I think that's very interesting. A fast of sorts. Okay? Not that you ain't gonna get to eat nothing, but he has specific things that he needs. You said J.L. Porter, M.T. Nelson and Sons. What's that? The name of the book? You mean the author? I don't know. I don't know who the author is. Not off the top of my head. I don't. But let's go here, because I want to finish, not finish, but I want to just get y'all to what I was trying to show y'all. So, now I need you to go to page 320 in book 3, if you have it. And I'm jumping around, y'all. I told y'all I need y'all to read from 311, 310, all the way to 341, the 30 pages. But I'm just pointing out some places that I want y'all to go and look, okay? Because I read all of it, but we can't do it all here. It ain't going to work. It's too much. Okay. So, John's arrival at Patmos. You're so amazed. It makes me excited. I hope y'all feel like that every day when y'all come here. And after setting out from Lophos, we came to the island of Patmos. And we put in a city, and we put in at a city called Fora, like Sephora. Interesting. And when the emperor's men had handed us over, according to the emperor's command, to those obliged to receive us, they beseeched John that they might stay with us. But John said to them, Children, do not be careless with the grace that you have received, and surely no places shall cause you harm. Instead, return each of you to his own home. And after they had passed 10 days with us, rejoicing and being taught by John, having been blessed by him, they sailed away in peace. Okay? So, this is when John didn't, because in between what we just read a minute ago and what we read, it was all the places that he stopped on his way to Patmos, all the islands and cities that they stopped at while they were on the boat, and they would port and get food and all of this kind of stuff. You said, what book am I referencing? Hello. Hello. How are you? We got to use our manners, y'all. Excuse me, can you tell me what book you're referencing or whatever? We're reading the book of Acts, the Acts of John by Prochorus. My country said Prochorus. It's the rest of John that they left out. John when he got to the Isle of Patmos. You said, yep, Ezekiel 4. Okay. So, here we go. They get to this guy named Myron house, okay? They go and they get to this guy named Myron. Well, they don't go to Myron's house, but there's a guy named Myron here. And he is the father-in-law of the person that runs the Isle of Patmos, okay? So he's the father-in-law of, we'll say, the president of Patmos, okay? And he has a son. And when John and Prochorus show up, he runs out the house. Just take off running. Right? And so the father, Haiti, is upset because he's like, what's wrong with my son? Soon as John, yes. I'm sorry. John, y'all know Peter and all. Everybody in my head because they all together. John, and we're going to call him P. John and P show up, and this man's son takes off out the house. Have your kids ever not wanted to be around somebody? They just won't fool with them. They could be a little bitty baby, and they just won't fool with them. And you're like, what's wrong with you? Whole time kids can see. Oh, okay, good. All right. So look at this. We have 85 on this same page, on page 320. It says, now there was a certain person in the city of Fora by the name of Myron, and his wife's name was, I believe, is Phone. Okay? They had 3 sons who were rhetorers. And rhetorers, if I'm saying this correctly, were like public speakers. It's where they get rhetorical. Okay? They were public speakers. They had 3 sons that were public speakers or public officials, or like the secretary to the president type deal. Okay? So it says Myron was exceedingly wealthy, and he had a large staff of servants. But a wicked spirit of a python was in his elder son. Who's ever heard of the python spirit in church? Anybody that was a church member ever heard they preach about the python spirit? Anybody? Y'all ever heard Juanita Bynum or any other pastors, even if it wasn't at your church, you might have heard T.D. Jakes or whoever, I don't know, talking about the python spirit. Well, Myron, his oldest son, had the python spirit. So when John and P showed up, the son took off running out the house. What? What? Sometimes when you show up, the devil gotta go. Huh? Sometimes when a person that truly has the Holy Ghost shows up, the devil gotta go. I just got here and you talking about snakes, and it was just one on my porch trying to get in my house. Girl. And we've been in class for we've been in class for 3 hours and 10 minutes. We've been trying to get back here. So you just had a snake on your porch right now? And we talking about the python spirit right now? Interesting. Would you say God's timing was involved in all of this? Come on, Nancy. We in book 3 on page 320 of the NTP. Oh, okay. Well, come on in. This for you. Here we go. Look here. Well, when Myron saw this, he took us into his home. His son, the one with the python spirit, recognized us. Say it with me. The demons recognize you. This is why when you get to the job, I just don't like them. You meet somebody's family, I just don't like them. I mean, if they gonna be here, I can't be here too. Oh, okay. Oh, because you recognize the real power is in the house. Okay, I see what you see. That's all you have to say. Then you ain't really got no power like that. You ain't got to be all ugly or nothing. Come on. That part you said, this remind me of the time I went with my daughter to visit her aunt and the crowd left fast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on. You said that's how my coworker moves when I come around. Well, come on in. Come on in then. You about to see something. You said, right. The demons recognize you. They do. They do. Look. It says the one with the python recognizes us, however, and ran away from that city into a different city so that the spirit would not be cast out of him by John. Well, when Myron learned that his son had run away, he said to his wife, if these people were good, these things wouldn't have happened to us when they entered our house. No, just as some report, they are magicians and have bewitched our house and chased our son away. Woe is me, my longed for child. How could I be such a fool, leading to your destruction? How could I lead these magicians into my home against you? But his wife said to him, if indeed things are as you say, why don't you chase them from our home, lest they take action against our other sons, and bereft of both, we die in bitterness. And Myron said to her, I am not going to chase them away, for they did this wicked thing. Rather, I will throw them into affliction, so that they cause our son to be called back and restore him alive to our home. Then I will take bitter revenge on them. Now Myron was the father-in-law of the governor of the island of Patmos. John, however, knew by the Spirit all the words that Myron spoke to his wife. And he said to me, child, Prochorus, know that Myron is plotting many wicked things against us. For his elder son has a python spirit in him. And as we entered his house, the unclean spirit became afraid and chased him into another city. On account of this, he has in mind to cause afflictions for us. But we should not be disheartened by all the things that are coming at us. For God stands beside us, helping and taking our side. Indeed, when Myron brings afflictions on us, this is the moment when he and all his household will believe in the one proclaimed by us. So the son writes a letter to his dad and says, yeah, when John and them came in there, I was vexed by their spirit, so I had to leave. Okay? Okay? I was vexed by their spirit, so I had to leave. I'm paraphrasing because we're not going to read all of this. Okay? Because it's 30 pages in and out of this story. Okay? Look. It says, then even as these words were being spoken to me by John, a letter comes from Myron's son, the one with the python spirit, with the following text. You know what came to me? You can be thinking about a person or something. God will put a conversation in your mind and then they text you. Same thing happened here. John was having a conversation with Procurus, and at the very moment, a text came through from the son that they was talking about. And guess what he said? Apollonides, rhetor to my father Myron, greetings. John the magician, whom you brought into our house, has acted against me, making use of wicked conjuring. The spirit sent by him has chased me as far as this city, and I have been endangered in no small measure. But I found as a helper the most pure Synops, this is a person, and I've recounted to him all the wicked things I have suffered, and he said to me, child, Apollonides, if John, the Christian's teacher and magician, does not fight the beast and die miserably, you will not be able to dwell in your country. No, you will never see your home again. Now then, Father, your child is in need of your protection. Have pity on your son with John's destruction, so that having returned quickly, I might have the enjoyment of my father and my mother and both my sweetest siblings. Farewell to all who are in our house. So basically, the son said, I ain't coming back until them niggas is gone. But was it the son talking, or was it the demon in the son talking? Okay. When Myron received the letter that was dispatched to him by his son, Apollonides, we're going to call him Apollo, and read it, he locked us up immediately. So John and Procurus got locked up. As soon as he got the letter from his son, he locked him up. Then he went out and journeyed to the governor and showed him the letter. That was sent to him by his son Apollo. We're going to call him Apollo. And when the magistrate received and read it, he was very much stirred up against us, John and Procurus, especially because the letter contained the name of Synops. For everyone on the Isle of Patmos regarded him like a god on account of his magical tricks. Now, I'm not going to read all of this, but I am going to tell you that Synops lived in a cave on the Isle of Patmos. And he was a for real warlock. And he wasn't doing no little bitty magic tricks. The archons were working for him. Can you tell me what an archon is? Please. What is an archon? Thank you. Even though my glass is crooked. In this instance, if you have how many of you got the Nag Hammadi? How many of you have the Nag Hammadi library? I asked y'all to grab that. It's a ruler or a leader. Come on, babies. It's a ruler. And if you have the Nag or master, okay? But there's a book called The Hypostasis of the Archons, right? In the Nag Hammadi library, which is another book of lost books. And I'm going to take this one for the team. If you can see right here, what's it say there? It says the reality of the rulers. See this? The reality of the rulers. You see it? The hypostasis of the archons. Who are the rulers of this world? The rulers of darkness. The fallen angels and the demons. There are kingdoms, the Bible says, and they have rulers, principalities, kingdoms. People spout those scriptures out, but they really don't take in what that means. I don't think they do. I don't think so. But in this case, it was something old and ancient in this man's son. And every time that somebody came around with the real Holy Ghost, the kid couldn't sit in the room. Have you seen that on a scary movie? That when the priest comes in, all of a sudden the person with the demon that's on the inside of them start writhing and screaming and spitting and trying to bag away and oh, so that's not just fictional, that's real. Got it. Even with Jesus, they ran to Jesus and said, you came to torture us already? Leave us alone. We ain't even did nothing. Let us go into the pigs, nigga, because we trying to get out of here. We trying to get away from you. Huh? So the same thing is still happening. Interesting. Now, we're not going to read all of this, but after the father received a letter from the son where the demon was telling him, get them out of there, John wrote a letter. It's not even your time, Jesus. What you doing here? Come on. Now look. So there's a letter that's been written. John writes a letter, and then John is questioned before the governor. We're moving on, okay? And then John, right before he's getting ready to get unalived, says, all right, governor, I need to write a letter. And I need to write a letter back to the jail, okay? Can you have my servant take this back to the jail? I need him to hold this letter for me. And then we gonna get the boy back here. But when he come, he gonna tell you what's up. So can I write this letter? Y'all, when I tell you God is so amazing, because I want y'all to go read the story. But listen. So John writes the letter. Can I tell y'all what the letter say? Now John said to the governor, permit me first to write a letter to Apollonides, we're going to call him Apollo. And then let the irons be put on me. He said, let me write the letter, and then you can put me in jail. I don't care. Just let me write this letter real quick. Governor said, cool. Okay? It says, so the governor permitted that this be done, and John, having taken paper and ink, wrote a letter with the contents as follows. John, the apostle of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, to the Python spirit. He didn't write a letter to Apollo. He wrote a letter to the demon that was in Apollo. What? He said, to the Python spirit that is dwelling in Apollonides or Apollonides the rhetor, I command you in the name of the Father and Son and Holy Spirit to come out of this man who was formed by God and no longer enter into him, but live outside this island, only not in a human being, but in places with no fresh water. I, John, in the name of Jesus Christ, the crucified one, command you, Python spirit, to do this. He got a plan. Now watch how God orchestrated this, y'all. When I tell you, I was like, oh my God. And I think this is what my daughter called. You said it's been more than a year since I caught your live. You're such a knowledgeable and great teacher. Thank you so much. We still be on YouTube, y'all. We don't be on here because they don't let me teach like I used to. So we don't teach over here. We just over here door knocking. Girl, just wait, because it's still going to. I'm trying to tell. I told y'all it's 30 pages, baby, and it's more. I didn't even get to finish. I said, let me go teach them because, I want y'all to see. And I'm skipping parts. It's juice in between here. It's meat and potatoes and some green beans and asparagus, girl, and some chocolate cake. I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm just going through, getting to the points because I wrote down certain pages so I could get to it. But just wait. He didn't address Apollo. He addressed the demon in Apollo, right? Now get this though. He could have wrote anything. Anything. He didn't write to the person. He wrote to the sinful being that was in the person, that was using the person. You said this is smothered in gravy and all the trimming's good. Come on, girl. So look. After he wrote that, it says, when I had then received the letter from John, Procurus now, I journeyed into the city in which Apollo the rhetor was. Now the distance of this road was about 60 miles. When then I had entered the city after 2 days, I searched out Apollo and learned the place in which he was staying. And when I went to him and drew near, the Python spirit left him. And Apollo said to me, what are you doing here, good disciple of the good teacher? And I said to him, I came to seek out the wisdom of your sound judgment and to bring you back to your kinsman, the governor, and home to your father. Now Apollo, as soon as the unclean spirit had gone out of him, returned to the normal condition of human beings. How many people have not seen their children because they're living on the street? They don't know where they at. And they will fuss at their child instead of rebuking the demon under their breath that's using their child, their husband, their wife, their mom. You know it ain't them. And you know they don't have no control, which means something else is using their body as a meat suit. But if you can get the right words, that demon will flee from them before you even get there. We perish for the lack of knowledge. Why they didn't put this in the Bible? You know how many parents wouldn't be looking for their kids right now if they had this? Think I'm tripping? I'm about to show you something. If you can turn to page 324 in the same book, I'm about to show you something. We fight not against flesh and blood. I'm about to show you. Y'all be playing with these kids and I'll be telling y'all something. Look, go to page 324. Go to chapter 99. Look at this. So Apollo said to John, the reason for my running away was as follows. And my father knows this, as does my mother, that when I was 3 years old, I was lying in bed and a certain man came and shook me awake. How many times have I told y'all, y'all better listen to y'all kids when they tell them it's a monster in their room. Have them draw it so you can see what your child is seeing. He said, my mama and them know. When I was 3 years old, I was asleep on my bed and I got woke up. What did I tell y'all why I don't like nobody standing over me? Because I told y'all that dark shadow used to come through my window and be standing over my bed. Or they would be at my door and I was 3 when I started telling my parents this. I was 3 years old. And I could see their eyes. I done told this story. It's recorded on live from 4 years ago. And I just read this story today. I said, God, you are my... Listen, y'all don't have to listen to y'all kids. Y'all don't have to, but it's really happening. When they tell you they're scared, it's a monster under their bed. It's that you better believe it. But they took this out because then they wouldn't be able to sell mental illness. I'm about to show you something. Look. He said when I was 3 years old, and I was lying in my bed, a certain man came and shook me awake. And I saw him, and his eyes were like burning lamps, which was fire, and his face was blackened beyond the color of soot. Is that not what we saw in Evil? And wasn't he standing and waking her up in the door? And he was black, 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 with them red, yellowish eyes. I think his eyes was like yellow or red. No, the thing was yellow, and I think his retinas was red. This is what we saw in Evil. This is also what we saw in Insidious, that little boy drew, that was hiding up on the wall, that was trying to get into him. It's the same demon that was getting from behind the red door in Insidious. My nephew drew a fire with demons around it a year before he died in a fire. Wow. Wow. You said you don't even know what you just said from my family. Supernatural also. Oh, okay. Y'all think they hid these so when we saw it in a movie, we would think, oh, it's just cinema. I keep telling y'all. They showing y'all the Bible. Because even in Insidious, the little boy was like 7 or 8. He wasn't even that old. Interesting. Oh, Monsters Inc. Didn't the scaly slimy dude, didn't he ever, Randall? He could change forms. But that baby wasn't no more than 2. She could barely talk. And they only came in at nighttime. You said he also gave us a whole story. He had nothing to profit. My nephew, listen. Notice Randall is a reptile. Hello. And this is a... Oh, girl, you just made the hair on my body stand up. He sure it. And he was the main one trying to get Boo. Girl, not Monsters Inc. Come on. Well, just come on then. And he did swirl around people and was like, yeah, okay. Be choking them and stuff. And that's what a python do. It choke you up. Okay, never mind. Ain't this good? Raise your hand if your toes is wiggling. If your mind is going crazy about a kid drawing something on the paper. If your kid been telling them it's a spooky something. Randall has the legs and hands like a snake in the garden. Oh, he sure do. Okay. You're going to listen to your kids more often after reading this. Here we go. This is why I said I can't even read all 30 pages. It's so much in here. So much. Because I ain't even got baby the demons. Baby, it gets crazy. You said toes are numb. Okay, good. That's what we're looking for. Here we go. And he said to me, open your mouth. You wonder why they want your kid to scream. Huh? We're in the Acts of John by Procurus. It's the New Testament Apocrypha. That's why they want your kids to scream, adrenochrome. Come on. I'm going to start blessing my house every time company leaves and I end up counseling them and they feel better. You said no telling what gets left in my home once they leave. Mm-hmm. The Demon City was ran off of screams, where you can't scream with your mouth closed. And Randall could change forms, could he not? Wasn't he one of the only monsters that could change forms? He could turn into whatever he wanted to turn into. Clear and whatever else. He was a chameleon. He could look like whatever he was standing in front of. Oh, okay, look. Ooh. Now, this is the little boy saying this. And he said to me, open your mouth. And I opened it. And he entered through my mouth and filled up my stomach. And from that day, he informed me about all the things that were going on in my house. He was 3 years old and he knew before his parents knew what was going on. Sometimes the spirit speaking through your kid ain't your kid. It's a spirit. Like when the kids be saying, I used to be alive and somebody killed me. It's two little boys that play outside my window. You just can't see them. Kids be knowing people gonna die before they die, but that also be a lot of the time the kid that's tormented at night before they go to sleep. Oh, okay, never mind. So the demon went in through his mouth and filled up his stomach and started telling him things. He said he informed me about all the things that were going on in my house, both good and wicked. And not only that, but also everyone who met me that was under duress would learn the cause of the matter from me. So he was like a fortune teller. The demon was speaking through the child at 3 years old. Well, then when you came into our house, that one said to me, the python spirit spoke to the little kid and said, get out of here, Apollo, lest you die miserably. For the person is a magician and seeks to kill you. How many times when people are trying to get people mental health help, they run away? Even for abuse of substances, they be trying to get out the back door because they get real irritated and agitated because that demon know they about to have to leave. You don't think this story will help a whole bunch of people right now that are at their wits with trying to understand what's going on with their family members? Who remembers me telling y'all they see what they said they saw? And the people that are in mental institutions are seeing exactly, they are not hallucinating. It's the spiritual realm. You said, yep, husband, friend, son talks about things of past lives. Oh, okay. Well, you might want to have them read this. Y'all can't tell me this shouldn't have been in the Bible. They have 3-year-old psychopaths, and you wonder why. Sociopaths. You wonder why the 7-year-old can unalive. Because the demon entered them when they were little. When they were having the night terrors, and you said, you're not, go to bed. You're just trying to get, oh, okay. The devil like, yeah, reject them. Because as soon as they scream, we enter in through their mouth. We going to keep them scared. Fear is a demon. Fear opens the door for the entity to enter. And because you won't get your tail up and pray and rebuke whatever is trying to enter your child and incubate in your child until they're 15. Oh. You said you should have never, should have never been taken out. Come on. They should have been in there. You said, yep, used to work for West Central Hospital. So, Miss Jones? Crazy how they hide these biblical stories and they tell us not to read them because we would know what was going on around us, honey. They wouldn't be able to sell so much pharmakia, magic spells and potions from the pharmacy, because the root word for medicine is magic medicine, spells, incantations, poison, and witchcraft. And that's funny because as soon as you take it, now you hallucinating, you want to unalive other people, you're walking outside naked, and all you want to do is go to sleep. Sounds like you bewitched to me. You said, this has definitely been me. I'm going to catch the rewatch to get it all. Listen. The little kid sleepwalking. Hey. Wake up. Hey. They eyes be open, but they be asleep. Because the demon is using their body. Oh, okay. Grim and evil, down the rabbit hole I go. I'm trying to tell you. How many people have unalived their family members while they were sleepwalking? How are you sleepwalking and you unalive somebody? Oh. You said my grandbaby, she locked herself in a room a few nights ago and started screaming for her mom to come get her because the man gonna get me. She was screaming, I'm definitely gonna bless my daughter home. I'm trying to tell you. I just told my daughter, when Emu say she's scared, she is. You need to listen. Hold on, y'all. Let me take this call. Hold on 1 second, mama. I got a call from both of my mamas today. My god mama and my real mama. I'm doing good. That's crazy. What y'all thinking so far? You said, didn't we read yesterday why we can't cast demons out? We have to fast and pray. Did you read that? Did we? I don't know. My grandbaby, I used to sleepwalk. Please get your blessed oil. Y'all having a whole conversation. This answers a whole lot of questions for you. Really, Nancy? Girl, I don't remember. Don't be mad at me. I don't remember reading that, but maybe we did. Feeling very enlightened. Okay, well, let's keep going because there's more. Y'all, when I tell y'all this book is so juicy, if you got it on WeLive.org or whatever it is and you read it, please. We read why they couldn't cast the demons out yesterday. Okay, I don't remember. I'm sorry, y'all know I didn't read. I woke up and read about 50 pages. I promise I don't. I'm sorry. We probably did. I don't know. It was yesterday. Listen, because I woke up this morning on a whole nother wavelength. I'm sorry, sis. I don't know. I read so you see, I be like, didn't we just I don't know. But look. So look. He said, but also everyone who met me that was under duress would learn the cause of the matter for me. So think about this. Demons always attach to somebody when they're under duress. Think about it. Witches always find somebody when they at they wits end. Warlocks, they find somebody when they're at their wits end. This is how they're able to, because they're desperate. Okay? So all the people that this little boy was running into was always in a stressful situation, and the demon was speaking out of the child. Well, of course, the demon has knowledge that this little bitty baby, there's no way this baby could know, because they ain't been here long enough. But it was the old spirit, the python, that was speaking through this baby and tormenting him, helping him and tormenting him. Okay. He said, well, then when you came into our house, Apollo said this, that one said to me, the python spirit said to Apollo, get out of here, Apollo, lest you die miserably. How many times do we hear from mentally ill patients that they think that something is trying to kill them? We live like we library. WELIB. B as in boy. And this is the New Testament Apocrypha, more non-canonical scriptures, book 3. Okay? And the author is Burke. Somebody Burke. B-U-R-K-E. So look up New Testament Apocrypha, Burke, book 3. And that's where this book is. Okay? On WeLive. I think it's WeLive.org. WELIB as in boy.org. If it's not .org, try .com. I can't remember which. But it's a free book website where you can read this. Okay? And the name of the book is Acts of John by Prochorus or Procurus. Prochorus. Like chorus. Prochorus. Like a chorus of a song. And this book is about John the Revelator, who all we know is that he got the revelation of John, and then he was over there and he got jailed. That's all we know. This is like his whole story. You say, I finally ordered the remaining 3 that I needed. I'm super excited, waiting on them to arrive. Come on, Angie. Who feels like this should be in the Bible because it can help a lot of people? You wonder, this is why God said, I got mysteries in my word and his names that if you went and looked them up and you didn't just read them, it would lead you to these books so that you could get the answers for the other issues of life. Folks want to stand there, come on out, demon. Come on out, devil. The demon in there like, that is not my name. I have a name. Everything has a name, even rocks, even each type of grass has a name. Each type of flower has a name. Each type of tree, bear, it's white bears and brown bears and black bears, Alaskan bears. There's Alaskan salmon, and then there's another type of salmon. There's Alaskan snow king crabs or whatever, and then there's land crabs. There is a name to everything, and we know that because Adam sat with God and named everything. Every tree, every flower, every fruit. There's different types of tomatoes. It's not just a regular, there's beefsteak tomatoes. There's this kind of tomato. There's that. Everything has a name. Demons included. We got 4, 5 books back here that's this thick with demons' names and what that demon is designated to do. This is why people are still struggling, because the pastors have, they don't go read nothing about no demon. And this is why you lying talking about you in spiritual warfare. How the heck you gonna fight a war and you don't even know who your enemy is? You about to get ate up. People that are in the army have to have intelligence. If you are going to fight a war, you need to understand what tools your enemy uses, what kind of weapons they have, what strategy they use, how many soldiers they have, where they might be placed. You need to know these things. So all these Christians like, I'm in spiritual warfare, baby. Tell me 5 demon names outside of the ones. Because if you believe in legions, you think all of a legion can be from 4,000, 6,000, 10,000 up to whatever. So all them demons is just named demon. And then you wonder why, when they doing deliverance ministries, the person is not delivered, because the people of God do not know enough. And them demons be laughing at us like they was laughing at the people in the New Testament, because they understood they didn't know what they was doing. They was just repeating what they heard. This is why people are not getting free. This is why people are still struggling with certain demonic illnesses and things like that. And the doctor say, we don't know what's wrong, because it's a demonic illness. And if pastors would allow you to study, but the Bible tells you, study to show yourself approved. So the fact that you let your pastor tell you not to study, and God be unctioning you to come on out of just that little bit so that he can give you the word so you can actually help the people around you, and you won't because you let your pastor tell you, oh no, we don't read that, our organization don't read that. If God wanted it in there, he literally said, it's not even enough books to write down all the miracles I did. And the fact that Adam and Eve lived 930 years, and all you know is that they messed up with God, and then they had 3 sons, and that's it. 930 years, and you think that they didn't encounter nothing in almost 1,000 years. The first people. We're only going through all of the tests and trials that we go through because they had to go through it first. The first people. Because Lucifer knew that if he could sow the seeds into them and fear and whatever else, that he wouldn't have to do nothing, because it's going to be in all of us. That's why they became sinners, and we're all born in sin and shaped in iniquity. Hello. But because people won't learn real spiritual warfare, and they just be faking for the shaking, I guess, this is why people are not getting healed. You said calling out demons and don't even know which one it is. This part I just said different tomatoes in my head, but I said, nope, I don't want to get kicked out of class. Hilarious. No, it's the same thing, sister. You said, yes, got authorities, principalities, powers, kings, princes, dukes. Exactly. And they just think that listen, in our demonology dictionary teaches us one demon can have 1,000 demons under him. Exactly. And you wonder why we got stuff like, is it DID? So when you got 8 high-ranking demons, you could really have 8,000 demons in one person. Is that where all the personalities come from? Because demons, back in the day, used to be called personas. Personalities. Interesting. They just changed it up a little bit. Matter of fact, most of your medicine is named after demons. And the side effects that come along with the medicine that's listed on that big thick paper, those are the demons that they're over. So you get the medicine that causes you to sleep, but it ruins your kidney. Oh, that's a different demon. It could cause your throat to close. That's a different demon. It could cause this. All them side effects is exactly what we're describing here. It's one main demon, but the Bible even tells us, come on, that he holds the door open for the others to come in. So if you don't learn the rankings of the demon, and a baby, hold on, kids will say a name, and you be thinking, oh, I don't know where they got that from. It's a demon whispering in their ear. And that demon don't just come by himself. That one man When they asked, what is your name? He said Legion. That means it could be up to 6,000 demons in one person, 6,000 personalities. And when you say, hey, Jeff, I'm not Jeff. I'm a Moy. I'm a maker. Lord, stop, for he be trying to sue me because I ain't got no money. Move on. Oh, okay. And they'll get mad if you don't call them by the right name. Y'all watching it in real time. And then he back to the other person. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Yeah, what's up? Got me a little yay. I'm about to. I be watching. Dude. Girl, cause don't let this verse fool you. Oh. Y'all, cause I told this nigga, and then the bass drop. Never mind. You said just like the Sybil, she had 16 of them, and they all had a name. Come on. Oh. You said stop. Well, I'm just saying, y'all been sent it. You see it every day. Never mind. If they cut me off, we on Substack and YouTube right now for what I'm about to say. If they do, come find us on Substack, CERCA TROVA 22. Go ahead and go over there now to Substack. Because what I'm about to say, some folks ain't going to like it. It don't matter. It's the truth. Yeah, that's it. You know what? I'm going to leave it. Never mind. I ain't even going to mess with it. I'm going to just leave it where it's at. I ain't even going to do it. I'm going to just leave it. That'll be for another day. I, you, we, them, she, he, them, she, he, them. How when it's only you? That's telling you that there's plural people in one space, plural personalities. We, and it's only me. Them, legions, more than one. They, them. The Bible talks about being in singleness of mind, and anything over singleness of mind is a sick mind, a mentally ill person. So even bipolar is two minds, and the Bible says that a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Interesting. So the Bible says if you got two minds, you're not stable. If you got anything more than that, it's some extra entities there. How is the Bible ahead of modern medicine? And the more medicine they give you, the more personas come up. And medicine is named after demons, and it comes with a long stack of homeboys and homegirls. Oh. They and them. Legion said, we are many. We, they, them, plural. But it was one body in front of Jesus. It was not 1,000, but it was 1,000 demons in one body. Oh. 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 Interesting. Each one of the personalities has a name, and the voice is different. They walk different. They talk different. And they get offended if you call them by the other entity's name. Oh, excuse me, persona. You said maybe that's why King James wrote a demonology book. He didn't write a demonology book. He stole the Testament of Solomon and just colonized it. You know, kind of like Quiet on the Creek. Never mind. Looking at her, you wouldn't be able to tell she had one, let alone two strokes. Oh, okay. Never mind. Moving on. Quiet on the Creek. Never mind. I got it. It's back there. I got it. King James demonology book, but because I read the Testament of Solomon, I know where he got it from. Bible did say in the last days what would be called good is bad and what would be called bad is good. Ain't that crazy how the Bible knew what we was gonna be seeing in the late 2000s? In the 20 and 20s? You said he definitely got it from Solomon. Yeah. Yeah. He stole it. He colonized it. Just like he colonized the Bible. Plagiarism. Mm-hmm. Solomon lived way longer, way before, but he was a king, so they had access to these books. And plus, he was up with the Vatican. He can go in the thing and get whatever he wants. A lot of people don't even know that the scholars that helped put the King James Version Bible together didn't even believe in the Bible. They were scholars. They didn't even, most of the people that helped put the King James Version, they didn't even believe in the Bible. Do your research. You said, where's my baby? Because I tried to tell her the same thing, how one person or we or them, and you think you're saying, right. You said Solomon knew the demons by name over the, That's why when all these church folks be, I just be like, right. But they'll tell you don't come over here and learn. And we got, I know if they lose us over here, because y'all know they don't like us showing nothing. Can you see? Can you see it? This is just one book of demons. You see how thick that is? This is just one book of demon names and spirits and entities and fairies, furies. A fury ain't nothing but a malevolent spirit. But they didn't print it up for y'all. So you say, oh, fairy. It's fury. It's a fury. F-U-R-I or F-U-R-I. It's not fairy, it's fury. And you can tell by Tinkerbell's attitude. She be playing nice, but really she's a beast. Oh, okay, never mind. You're right. Hello. It's 4-5 more books down here. Super thick with demon names. If they're a prince, if they're a duke, if they're a this, if they're a that, who they're under, how many demons they got under them. This is why folks be telling me, oh, I'm in spiritual warfare. Sit down and be quiet. Please and thank you. Stop. You know, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, the 7 or 8 they list in the Bible. Oh, okay. clearly it says that it's legions of demons, and you have never taken the time to go try to figure out which ones it is, because your pastor tell you we don't study that stuff. That's how you don't know if your pastor's a warlock or a mason. So you wouldn't know if he had you doing witchcraft or not, because he don't let you study it. Oh, okay. I got kicked out for that comment. I believe it. You said, what about this 444 777? 777 is 666. 777 put together like that in Hebrew, that's 666. That's where you get your monster drink. That's on the front of your monster drink. I know I got something here in here with it on there, but I ain't. You said, Auntie, stop it. I just told someone this. Yeah, it's on. Yeah. 777 is the Hebrew letters for 666. Just like BBB, Big Beautiful Bill. If you didn't know, the small, the lowercase b in Roman and Greek, sometimes they use that for 6, so they played in y'all face. Y'all think you just used them 3 letters for nothing? No. BBB is the equivalent of that 777. Yeah. A lowercase b is also used as a 6. Big, beautiful bill. 666. You can look that up for yourself. And everything in there goes along with what the Bible says will be happening at the end times, right before you're forced to take a mark to be able to buy or sell. Interesting. The 777 is the same as that song the kids were singing. A ritual. Yeah. Don't believe me? Go look it up for yourself. It's real. I made a post about the monster drink, and when you turn the cap up, it's an upside down cross. You said this is the blessed class I've ever been to, hands down. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. We have them on, all 1,900 of them is over there on YouTube. We still been going, putting the pieces together. We quit being over here because they don't let us show books and stuff like that. Right? You said the O is not an O. You said right, because why not use the capital B? Exactly. You said everything you're saying is correct. We study over here. We don't just read the Bible, because the Bible's saying all that getting understanding, and that's what we do. And that's why a lot of folks don't like us, because we gonna search. So we don't just read the scripture. Again, how many people say, oh, I read the Bible 5 times, and I guarantee you, even if they read it 2 times all the way through, they cannot tell you when Eve died. That's in the first 6 books of the Bible. They can't tell you the first daughter's name, right? But it was Aswan, and there's a place in either Egypt and Ethiopia, and they say that is the cradle of civilization, which makes sense because Adam and Eve weren't born, but they named one of the places after the first daughters that was conceived and born. Aswan, Egypt, or Aswan, Ethiopia, or I think it's Aswan in both. Ain't that crazy? Wild. They play in our face. That was one of the daughters' names, Aswan. And she married one of the brothers. Crazy. You said that used to be me 4 years ago, bragging I read the Bible 9 times, found out I didn't know Jack. Auntie! Me and you both. Baby, I'm sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost, with the evidence of speaking in tongues, according to Acts 2:38. Baby, you're not going to tell me I don't know God. God said, shut up, you don't. You're right. You know the idea of me, but you don't know me. You can shake your head and shout all you want to, speaking as many tongues, and you still ignorant. Oh, okay. sit down and learn of me. Then you'll be able to say, you know me, girl. Right. If you want to stump a Christian, ask him when Eve died. And then for your own research, go look in the Jubilees. Go look in the book of Adam and Eve, and it'll tell you she died 6 days after Adam did. Interesting. You can see what happened when Adam got buried, because it doesn't tell you. It just says he died. It doesn't tell you who buried him. Seth, the angel Michael came down. All the angels came around when Adam died. There was a whole, you know how they do in like India and like Islamic culture, where everybody does the whole pump, you know, it's the flowers and the all that all still, even how the Egyptians preserved the bodies, that was taught by the angels. That was taught to Seth. Embalming and wrapping the body and all of that. Seth and Michael and them prepared Adam's body. That's why the Egyptian mummies be preserved so well, because the technique that they used, okay, the technique that they used was to preserve the bodies until we could awaken. How we rot like we do, we shouldn't. But we're not using what they used. So, okay. Hey, Pumpkin. You said ask about the end of Joshua 10:13. You said I did and got crickets. Oh, right. When it says, as it is written in the book of Jasher, they don't have nothing to say. I told y'all they start preaching loud right over that. After they talk about the sun didn't go down for 3 days, that's when the come. And the Lord, he'll listen to you. Wait, read the rest. There's what? I don't know how many books, but if you just Google books mentioned in the Bible that are not in the Bible, I think it give you like 70 or between 50 and 70 books that are written. It's right there in this book. It's mentioned in here. The book of the wars of the Lord, the book of the kings. That's not the king's book we got. It's so many books mentioned in the regular Bible that's not in there. That's the mystery. And people gonna say, oh God, it wasn't in the book. He said, but it was in the library and it was online, and you know how to find what you want online. Oh, okay, never mind. Y'all think God just put, he used King James, whether y'all believe it or not, even though he killed his mama and was cross-dresser and all this other stuff. He used him to put this together so that the laymen could have something to start with. Because if y'all don't know this, back in the day when Philip and them was running around, it was against the law to read the Bible secretly. You had to read it out loud. Well, then that's why they didn't let folks read. So he made a version that everybody could read, a layman's version. This is this. This is why it's funny. They be like, basic instructions before leaving Earth. The most basic. The most. Because they don't even tell you when the first lady ever, whatever, dies. So yeah, it is very basic. Because God's in detail and everything. He detailed in everything you do. You said every time you make that noise, I think about the school in Texas that teaches them how to hoop and holler and look and act like a sanctified preacher. I know some. They gonna sound right. Wait. And the Lord said, come on, church. They all sound alike. They all have the same mannerisms. Well, why did God make us individual? As you can see, Jesus had to go get the niggas and the chicks out the hood to talk to the regular people because the church people didn't know how to. So he went and got the hoes and the pimps and the prostitutes and the drug dealers and the murderers because he knew that they could talk to the people. Close the doors, right? Close the doors. Close the doors. Okay. That's because it has become a costume to be a Christian. Because if Jesus told most of the Christians around here to sell everything in their house and go be homeless, they'll tell you that was the devil that told them to do it. Even though the people in the Bible that Jesus said, come follow me, they had to leave everything. They clothes, their husbands, their shoes, their wives, their children, they everything. Oh, okay, never mind. But this world tell you the more you got, the more blessed you are. And Jesus said you're blessed if you follow me. And everybody that I asked to follow me don't got nothing. They homeless. We staying in people's house and stuff wherever we can stay. Oh. See how they twisted that on you? They God is Mammon, the God of luxury, the God of excess, the God of money, the God of fame. And you can tell because pastors feel appropriate wearing idol gods on their clothes in the pulpit. And they tell you I can wear this Gucci because I'm blessed. I can wear this well, is it Gucci that got Medusa's head? And Medusa was a child of why the earth had to be destroyed. Because they started mixing the species, human, Versace. Thank you. So the pastor will wear Versace in the pulpit, and it's Medusa's head on it. And Medusa was a goddess, but she was also the child of a snake and an angel, because they didn't just put they see and they say, oh, I don't believe that. Well, your scientists in Japan is doing it right now. They're making human animal hybrids. You think they're just going to stop at cutesy bears? All of the animal headed gods were real. That's why the earth had to be destroyed the first time. And now, just like in the days of Noah, man is doing it again. In 20 and 25, which we know they've been doing it, this is how people is walking around with pig hearts, pig knees. The women, they'll go get the real big boob jobs. They get like cow muscles put around their boobs to hold them up and all of this kind of stuff, and the body don't reject it. Well, how would they know that? They already been testing it. Because by right, our body should reject DNA and stuff that's not ours. It'll reject another human's blood, so why it ain't rejecting the animal parts that's in there? It should start to eat at it like it's an alien, matter in the body, but it don't. Y'all don't know they started using animal parts to make sure that they can make the hybrids. You said the series Grimm shows it the best. It does. Miscegenation is the mixing of species, and that is why, if you read in the book of Jasher, it'll show you. And it tells you in Genesis 6 too. You said unless you have a percentage of that in your DNA. Interesting. Well, I know some folks walking around with pig knees, pig valves, and all kinds of stuff. Matter of fact, they grew a human ear on a mouse. Y'all remember when they was like they're gonna grow prosthetic pieces, but they'll be real human, and they're gonna grow them on the back of mice and stuff, fingers and stuff. Remember that? That's a real thing. You can go look up that. That's real. That they grew a human ear on the back of a mouse, a human ear. Oh, so the same things that was happening before Noah's days is happening right now, and God said it was gonna be just like in Noah's days, right before the coming of the Lord. Oh, like now. All the giants that showed up, and they brought AI so you wouldn't know that we're in the days of Noah. Because everybody keeps saying, that's AI, that's AI. So you don't believe the Bible. Because I do. And if it was human, animal hybrids before the flood, then they should be showing up now, and they are. Oh. You said, yep, and they show it in movies too. Right. Nurse here, I had a pediatric person with a tail. Come on. Oh, if I can show it, I'm going to show you something. Okay? Okay, I'm going to show you. Because I can't show it over here, but I'm going to show it over here just because you said that. TikTok don't be letting us. This is why we be on Substack. Because, see, if we was on Substack, I could I could show y'all all of this, but I can't show y'all over here. So if you want to see what I'm about to show, you can come to YouTube real quick and fast forward to the end if they show y'all. My body rejected the pig skin that the surgeon tried on the skin grafts. Come on, see, look at how God be doing stuff. Do you know this book? Screenshot it, please. You a pediatric nurse and you had a baby with a tail. You said Gucci is 69 Decarbia. You said AKA the Great Marquise of Hell who rules over 30 legions of spirits. And you gonna wear that in the... Y'all hear that? Gucci is a 69 Carabia, AKA the Great Marquise of Hell who rules over 30 legions of spirits. And y'all be killing over Gucci wearing it to church. And it is the symbol of a Great Marquise of Hell. That's over 30 legions of demons. I be telling y'all, y'all be going to the synagogues of Satan and don't even know it. Thank you. Okay. Why you blessed? Because you buying all this expensive stuff named after the fallen angels' children. Moving on. That's why the pastors and stuff quit liking me. They didn't want y'all over here because then y'all wouldn't know. Look at that. You said with a tail. Could that be one of the reasons? Thank you. What's a cow person? Tail. And it's a whole bunch of other stuff in here that got tails. Interesting. If you get time, you need to go buy the book called The Resurrectionist by Hudspeth. Hudspeth. You said, yes, ma'am. I already know that people be having tails. They born with horns, too. They're called subcutaneous horns. We already went down the human genetic disorder list and found all the animals. Elephantiasis. Hypertrichosis. Or whatever you call it. Yeah, I think it's hypertrichosis. All the hair growing all over your body like a werewolf. Or a dog. They mask hybrids with medical diagnosis. Yeah, we already did it, the folks. We got people here with webbed hands, webbed feet, 6 fingers, 6 toes, all of it. Well, that was some of the first stuff we did. You said when I was doing my OB clinicals, the doctor said it happens a lot, and they go ahead and remove them. I do remember the movie Sweet Tooth. They told y'all the truth. Oh, I already know. I already did my research. We didn't do our research here. That's some of the first stuff we did. Yeah, you said removing a bump or horn off the nose is called a rhinoplasty. Come on. You said no wonder there's a mess and drama in the churches. They're practically inviting the demons in a sanctuary in a pulpit. They don't look up the signs and symbols. How many times have we looked up the signs and symbols of the car, the names of the car, the names of all the stuff on our clothes, and it was a demon? Every time. It's not been one time. And we did several classes. We did classes on the symbols. We did classes on the names. We did all of that. But because pastors, again, just like Hosea said, don't want to learn, God has refused to let them be his pastors. Because if they don't learn, how they going to teach you what to look for? That's why when people are like, oh, we in spiritual warfare. Warfare. Are you? With that Gucci and Louis and all of that, you don't even know what the symbol mean, baby. And you about to miss church 100 times to get it so you can go in there and say, God bless you with it. Right. Got it. I understand. Which one? The God of Mammon. Nike is a demon. Yeah. Yeah, a demon temple. Right. I'm about to go, y'all. We've been on here a long time. I need to go eat. So, we didn't even get finished to what we was going to get finished with. Y'all already know where y'all need to go and read that story, though. Demon sigils. Yep. And then they always going to say, because a person wearing all black and got a thing on their neck and all this. Ooh, I know they demonic. Is that a trident on the front of your car? Like Zeus? I mean, like Poseidon? You mean to tell me God bless you with a car that got Poseidon on the front of it? And you made the church pay for it? And mother, what's that symbol on her shoes? Oh, another demon sigil that the church bought for her. Listen, it's a real thing. You said, man, reading down. They over there doing that witchcraft. Right in your... The worship leader got her Louis Vuitton scarf on and her Louis Vuitton glasses and she's swaying, honey. Hello? You said logos means word, but the word was God. So logos are Satan's counterfeit attempt to be the word. Come on. Come on. Then they throw you out for noticing. How many of y'all got kicked out of church when y'all start spitting this game to the people? I know y'all did. I know y'all did. I told y'all they was going to kick y'all out. That's why I ain't been back. I know, me too. When you get to pointing out the truth of what's going on, they be like, you said, well, I didn't know that. This is good information. I'm guilty of wearing some of this. Yeah, we all are. You said he came to set the captives free. She said the congregation don't even know that they serving Satan in the background. I'm trying to tell you. But who be telling you? Okay, the show Evil. Did y'all see how many religious people was getting on there telling people not to watch it? And they say, you going to let spirits in your house? You don't think Medusa on your pastor's belt and suit is letting demons and he's standing in the pulpit preaching over you? Interesting. Interesting. Literally got red bottoms on in the church. Red signifies blood. And you putting it under your feet and Jesus' blood was precious. You don't even know where that come from. Because the people that make them red shoes use children's skin to make them. Sacrificed children. And y'all just be up in there wanting everybody to see that you do just like the prophets of Baal is sacrifice children so that you could get money, fame, and fortune and all of that. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You right. I'm tripping. I'm just talking crazy online, right? And then them going to tell me when she cannot have her way, she gets evil. Listen, you said been kicked out for years. Ain't that crazy how they've been deceived? You said, and then want them to pray for you. No, thank you. Baby, listen. Thank you. You said quoting Paul talking about a little leaven a whole batch, and you walking around in a $10,000 suit after a fallen angel's child. The whole reason the world had to be destroyed. I'll be right back. Give me a minute, y'all. Girl, they get on my and look, that's why. And think about it, real quick. Who always come in here talking about my clothes? Somebody. I haven't been on here in 9 months. Somebody come here. You still wearing them half tops? Don't the Bible tell you not to look on the outside? The Bible say don't be fooled by the costume you see that pastor in. Or the Jesus fish on the back of that, because they be the devil. Halloween is a thing. But some people wear Halloween every day. They wear the costume of a Christian, baby, but you'll know them by their fruit. Let a drug addict or somebody that's an alcoholic or something or poor come sit by them and you gonna know whose kid they are. I couldn't walk up in church dressed like this even if this is all that I had to wear. And what if I needed to wear it every Sunday because my grandma told me when you go in the house of God, you don't have your shoulders out. So if I came in there dressed like this and sat on the back row, they'll escort me out. I know this. I'm a PK. If you stanking up the sanctuary, you can't stay in there. They don't have a shower for you to go to take a shower and all different size clothes so that you can stay and enjoy. No, you can't stay here. You got to come back when you get something better. Oh. You're not welcome if you don't look like us, if you don't dress like us, if you don't act like us, you can't stay here. There was people that was witches and warlocks when they came here. They not no more. There was all the people was in all kind of situations. I guarantee you, everything you can think of, it was somebody here. But guess what? They not walking in that no more. And I didn't tell them, you ain't supposed to be no alcoholic. You ain't supposed to be all. You ain't supposed to be throwing that cat to the back as fast as you can. I didn't say none of that. I said, hey, you want to learn? You want to learn what I know? And then if it hits you in your throat, it hits you in your throat. I don't have to do it. The word is, that's what the word is for. The word is the medicine, not the way I say it or who I say it to. The word is the medicine. So all I have to do is dispense the medicine and you'll be healed. It don't got nothing to do with me. Oh. No matter what I got on. That's why Jesus didn't come dressed like the pastors of that time. He didn't come dressed like the people, the reverends, because he needed to be able to blend in so that he could talk to everybody. Some people are not going to open up if they know you a pastor or a minister. So yeah, I can go in the store in my pajamas looking just like this and snatch about 10 souls where the pastor wouldn't even be able to talk to one because they see all of the religiosity on him. To me, they think I'm nobody. So I can get in a lot of places. I can throw on my heels and go in the liquor store and pull about 10 captives out of there. I can go to the trap house if I need to. Hey, what's up, niggas? Yeah, what's up? Hey, I'm about to come and sit with y'all for a minute. What y'all doing out here? I don't, y'all over here selling drugs. I don't do all that. I don't do all that. Because the moment you put a person on defense, they not listening to you no more anyway. So then your ministry or your witness is null and void at that moment. The moment you offend them. Oh, okay. People came in here and said, oh, so what do you think about the LGBTQ plus community? I said, do they want to learn? Because what a person do, I broke, my virginity was broken before I was married. Oh, okay. I had 4 kids out of wedlock. I ain't got no room to judge what nobody do in their room. Do you want to learn about God? And if what it is that you are doing, God does not want you to do it anymore, the moment that you start taking this medicine, it's going to go away. The sickness, if it is one, it's going to go away. Whatever it is. Because, baby, CERCA, yeah, I knew where the whoremongers was. I'll tell you that. The hoes know where the whoremongers is at. Oh, okay, never mind. And the whoremongers know where the whores is at. No? Hey, nigga, where the hoes at, nigga? I know you know where the hoes is, nigga. Oh, that's whoremonger talk. Girl, where the tricks at, nigga? I know it's a nigga want to take me. Oh, that's hoe talk. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, okay, we ain't gonna act like we don't know. Huh? Oh, okay. Where the zaddies at? Oh, okay, right. That's whoremonger and whore talk. Oh, okay. Oh. We about to see you. Oh, okay. I'm about to be on some. Oh, okay. Jesus didn't go into those places telling them you shouldn't be twerking like that. He said, do you want to know about love? You want to know about living water? You want to know about something that can clean you up? He didn't offend them. Now, you know who he did offend? The church people. It's the only place I've seen him beating on folks is the church house. And they have made his church a marketplace, a place where you can only buy stuff. You couldn't get nothing there at the church for free. You said like in 20 and 26, not even a parking space. Never mind. Let me go. Baby, you can't even get free water at the church. And they bet not be cooking, because if you ain't got no money, you ain't eating. Jesus went in the tabernacle and in that area kicking over tables because they made his house a marketplace and a place for money changers and thieves. Oh. Ain't nothing supposed to be for sale. Not even food at church. That's what the The alms and the tithes is for to feed the people, to clothe the people, to for the poor, not for new monitors and multi-million-dollar buildings. Oh, oh. Let me be quiet for it. Be a pastor in here be trying to get me put out of the internet like they was doing back in 20 and 22. You can't name one place where Jesus went out into the world where he was beating on people. And he was at weddings where they was getting drunk. He was with the robbers. When you see him put his hands on anybody at that tabernacle. Where you see him knocking stuff off the table. Oh, I'm going to knock all of this over, he said. Oh, okay. Only in the church. Not in the hood. Not at the whole house. Not at the liquor store. Not at the trap. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, y'all. All right, I really am probably about to go because I'll be talking forever. And we've been in here 257 minutes. Abraham knocked over all his father's idols and did. And did. You said visited a church the other day and the pastor was telling people if they tithe, go tap their phone on the altar. Then told 20 people to get $1,000 into the word and stand at the altar. I was baffled. And all I did was wear a half top. I've been in here 257 minutes. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. I ain't even told you if we got a cash app or not. Now, I done have my 2 instances to those that know. I asked for 2 things since we been here. And we been here 4.5 years. And y'all know what they is. 2 times I said, hey, y'all said if I ever need anything, well, there's something I need. 2 times. Okay? And there's been times I say, hey, if you get it for me, tell me how much it is. And I'll, because y'all be finding stuff and I'll pay you. But 2 times. Most times, if I'm asking or even saying anything about money, it's to help somebody. Ain't that crazy? That's why people think they can pay their way into heaven. They feel like the more they give to the church, the closer it gets them to heaven. If they buy a pew, that buys them a space in heaven, and that's not how it works. But you know, pastors, they come in here and they hurry up and get out of here. They don't want y'all over here. Yeah, crazy. Moving on. You said CERCA said not even a parking space. I know she's stepping on toes. Listen, y'all, listen, but it didn't start here on the internet. I told y'all, most of my friends was bishops and pastors. I had a couple friends that had small mega churches. Listen, I come from a whole family of bishops, suffering bishops on the East Coast, all of that. I done seen all of that. I was in the 80s, a little bit of PAW world royalty, honey. And my mama just talked about it. My grandmother would go, listen, I told y'all my grandma was one of the first female pastors in the PAW. When she started preaching, the men in the pulpit would get up and turn their chairs around because they wouldn't listen to a woman preach, and they didn't think that she should preach. So believe me, I've seen it all. And how many people came in here when I first got here and told me I'm not supposed to be teaching? You only say that because you only got the 66. But if you read outside of that, you wouldn't even let that fall out your mouth no more. Because God didn't have a man to break the oil on his feet, and he could have. It was a whole woman. She ministered to God himself in the flesh, Mary Magdalene. So I can't minister to you, but a woman could minister to God? Right. Manny said it. You said they are forever misquoting Timothy. Come on. You said exactly why God showed me where I need to be here. Church hurt and embarrassment is a real thing. I'm so happy that I could see through the facade of that. Listen, it's a real thing. And that's why he said the mystery is lost to them. It's lost. You said, well, they forgot to remove Deborah. Right, Deborah for starters. And listen, it's so many. She was a whole judge. So you mean she was just only judging the women? And she, from what I understand, well, she's about that life too. Even in the 66, didn't the woman at the well preach? So listen, again, if that's all you want, Jesus ain't gonna force you to have no more. You said, hey, auntie, hey, thank God. I thought to look, didn't get any notification. Girl, we about to go. We've been in here for hours and hours. She was a judge and a prophetess. Come on. Come on. I don't care. They want to be deceived. I don't. Baby, we done got some juicy stuff up here. Listen. If you found me with the giant video or the mermaid video, baby, we didn't went all around the world and back. And God just keep on sending books to us, don't he? Every time we think we done got to a level, he busts us down again and be like, nope, another stack of books. Here you go. This got the other pieces to that story. This got the other pieces to that story. This is right here. Because he literally said, I have I have sheep in all folds. So you cannot just look in the Greek and the Hebrew. If Jesus went out into all the world, to all facets of people, then there's going to be a piece of him in every culture. Oh, they worship idol gods. The Israelites did too. That don't stop you from reading the Bible. Oh. Remember they was worshiping Baal and the Asherah pole and and then God turned around and sent his disciples to all those places. You don't think that in all of the other places there's going to be a record of these people coming there? Now, is their name going to be the same as it is in the English? No. But when God changed the languages at the Tower of Babel, I think he knew that. Oh. I can see if the devil changed the languages. That's not who did it. So prior to the Tower of Babel, everybody spoke the same language, and they all knew the same stories. And people say, oh, well, there's a story older than that in Egyptian, and there's a story older than that in the Celtic, and there's a story, and then, oh, they got that from here, and they got that from there. How about they all got the same story at the same time? And the languages changed, not the stories. Oh. The names changed because the language changed. Who changed the language? God. So do you think he took into account that in certain dialects and certain languages, they wouldn't have a J? Oh, makes sense. The devil didn't change the language. People say, oh, you don't call him this. There's a name that he has that no one knows. And you won't know it until you get to heaven, which is the real one. He gave us a name that our small, minute minds can understand. But even in the regular Bible, he doesn't only have one name. The names of God is a thing. Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Nissi, Jehovah Shalom. That's more than one right there. Oh. They just be wanting something to argue about. Ain't nobody about to argue with them. Anyway, I'm about to go. I don't know if I'm coming back home because I'm sleepy. And it's 6 o'clock. I'm probably about to go to sleep. I'm about to eat and call my mama back. Both of them. He said, yes, ma'am, you talk about the good, the bad, and the scary, but now we're prepared for all of it while the 66ers are being bottle-fed Christianity. And it's about to get scary. It was some stuff I wanted to share with y'all, but we'll probably do it later if I do get back on. It's gonna be a late class. To those of you, I love you too. Thanks for busting hands, girl. We didn't even get through what I wanted to get through. Can we just do it real quick? Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all real quick, and I want to go. We didn't even get to it. So we didn't read how the evil spirit got on the boy at 3. We read that. Now the other pages, y'all can just go read it. I need y'all to start in book 3. On page 333, the priest of Apollo go to Synopsis for help. Synopsis, like synopsis, but it's spelled with a C. Okay? So 333 all the way to 341 is what I need y'all to read. And it's about to blow your socks off. I wanted to read it with y'all so I could get y'all reaction, but go ahead. So in the same book, NTP, the New Testament Apocrypha, book 3, start at page 333 and read 333, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, all the way to 341. And that's what we'll talk about. Okay? When I get back on here. Either tonight, it's gonna blow y'all mind. I'll just let y'all tell me what y'all found. Also, I didn't forget about your fruit homework too. I want us to go over that because I know y'all didn't have time to dig into your 5 favorite fruits, how long they take to grow, all of that. I ain't forgot about that homework. Do I have a PDF? No, but you can read it on WeLib, WELIB. I think it's .org, and the author is Burke. Burke. You said we will wait for you. I want to read it with you. You said because I want your insight when you're reading it. Okay, well, it's up to you. You said that might be different, but some of the stories are the same. They are. Yep. Burke. Burke. You said come back and read it with us, please. Okay, I will. It's gonna be later though, y'all, because I'm probably gonna lay down. And if I do, we've been on here for a long time, 268 minutes. Listen, this is starting to feel like the old days. I remember when we used to have like 10 hours worth of class every day. It's starting to feel like that. But I'm about to go eat something because I didn't eat this morning. I got up, studied. The kids called. I got on here with y'all, and I ain't had nothing to eat all day. Hours and hours and hours, girl. And I ain't had nothing but coffee, and water. You said that's okay. We don't mind waiting. You said I see what Dad is doing. Uh-oh. Trying to wrangle the last ones before all of this go away. 2, girl, I am. No, don't say sorry. As in the beginning. Come on. But think about it. Remember, Nisi, you said it. Some of y'all was here in 22 and you went away. Right? Who gonna be honest? Some of y'all was here in 22. You might have fell off in 23. You might have fell off in 24. You might have fell off in 25. But I know for a fact if you was here in 22, like often, you heard something and it's happened since then. If I came to your mind and you was like, you know what, that crazy lady over there on you, she had got real crazy, so I quit listening. But now all that stuff is in our news. But we talked about it. I said, some of y'all not gonna believe me. You're gonna hear it here. You're gonna be with us for a minute. You're gonna go away, and then all of this stuff is gonna start happening, and you'll know I wasn't just on here talking crazy. You said I just wasn't watching you on YouTube, but I stay in this book. That's okay. You said me left for a few months and came back after my life got turned upside down in 23. Come on. That's normally how I go. Think about it. Even in the Bible days, the prophet would come tell some people stuff. They'd be like, yeah, okay. Some people listen. Most of them was like, we ain't worried about it. Then as soon as the trouble hit, where is that nigga that was, somebody gonna find him. He had told us this was gonna happen. Where is he? And the prophet chilling somewhere, sitting, eating, listen, or crying. Because we do a lot of that too. You hear me? You said I was in here heavy doing the Zoom classes and everything. Mm-hmm. Listen. You said been here and been seeing it. That's why I stayed 10 toes down. You said I was like, she a little crazy, but I like her. I'm gonna stick beside her. Thank you. Some of y'all did. Some of y'all. And guess what? If you didn't, that's okay. Because it's just like school. You gotta learn the material, then you gotta live it. Okay? You said I only have 2 apocryphal books. Oh, it's 7 now. It's 7 of them. It's 2 more Old Testaments, and then there's 3 New Testament apocryphas. They're not all by the same person though, but they are all the same stories. Not the same, but it's like the other bits to the pieces that's in the OTV. So if you have the Old Testament pseudepigrapha, the main book that I used to, it's 7. And I can't show them here, but if you can come to YouTube real quick, I'll show you the stack of them. Whoever want to know what all extra books we got now, the totals. And that's not all of them, but I'm saying, because we got a lot of books, as y'all can tell. It's 7 of them now, though. Thank you, Joy. Joy sent me these for my birthday. I can't show them over here on TikTok, but I can show y'all on YouTube. So, you said laugh out loud. But to my defense, my life was transitioning. I was getting out of the Navy. My grandma and aunt had passed. Life be life, and I know that's gonna happen. You don't gotta apologize, baby. You said, can we discuss these chapters on Substack next class? Of course we can. That's why I'm telling everybody, if y'all want to get in on class, come to YouTube, because we can't show the books and stuff over here. This class is now limited, but our classes on YouTube and Substack, they're not limited. We can show pictures and books and names and all of that. We just can't do it over here. And don't nobody got time to keep arguing with TikTok and getting marks and all of this old stuff. Ain't nobody got time for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We missing 2. There's one up there. I think the other one is in my room. Oh, nope, it's down here. Let me put them in order so y'all can see. All right. So we got Old Testament 1 and 2. Boom, boom, boom. New Testament. Okay. Is y'all over here? You said I couldn't do the personal attacks on our voted in leadership. Huh? Why can't I see this? Hold on. You said I couldn't do the personal attacks on our voted in leadership. Our prior leaders shouldn't have been. You said, since loving you from 2024 until I left because of that subject matter, I've been supremely blessed. I don't understand what you're saying. You couldn't do the personal attacks on our voted in leadership as our prior leaders shouldn't have been. I don't understand. You couldn't find me for a minute. I told y'all they was gonna hide us. 6, 7. Okay. Here we go. Ooh. Take a screenshot because I'm not holding these back up again. This all of them. And if you missed it, go to the rewatch. Ooh. I'm almost 5 years older. I'm not about to be picking up all them books 18,000 times. I know y'all can't see them because I'm not going to show them over here. You got to go to YouTube. They don't let me show books over here. They give me restrictions. That's why I said if you want to see them, CERCA TROVA 22, because I can't show no books over here. How I used to show books over here, they don't let me do that no more. You're welcome. You're welcome. So if you missed them, you just got to go to YouTube. And we're at 275 minutes is where I showed them, 274. So just fast forward to 274 minutes and you will see them. You're welcome. You're welcome. And that's the rest of, not all, because again, there's so many books that we'll never have them all, but we sure getting close, baby. It's getting juicy. Despite the fact that I temporarily left, you said when you allowed political bashing. Oh, I still do. Jesus bashed the politicians. He talked about our leaders being wicked. The Bible talks about the leaders not being. You don't remember in Revelations it said at the end time? My feelings ain't changed, so I'm still the same, 100%. Oh, okay. I'm still the same. Still the same. You said I love this class as always. Listen, you said my book wish lists are pages long. That part, I'm still the same. Still the same. I ain't changed. Now I don't cuss people out like I used to. I done got better about that, but I'm still the same. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm still the same. So you, I don't know if you want to come back now or not, because it might be even worse than it would. Hello. So anyway, I'm about to go. I love y'all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the class today. To my newbies or not newbies, OBs, the folks that have resurfaced, we still haven't. You have, Auntie. You're doing great. Thank you. How do you find me on YouTube? CERCA TROVA 22. My name is still the same on YouTube. CERCA, CERCA TROVA 22. CERCA TROVA 22. You said 22 never left and back. You said, and I always 100% paid attention. Too much going on around me. Had to go back a lot to a lot of replays. Love my classroom. You said it's been good hanging out with you. It's been good hanging out with you too. I'm about to go shopping. Good. So, if you enjoyed the class, we have over 1,900 classes from 22 until now that are like this. Now, not all of them. Sometimes we're talking about current events. Sometimes we talk about life. It's not all biblical. We go from one end to the other because the people that worship God, like Joseph and stuff like that, the reason that they were able to be put into the positions that they were in is because they were well versed in not just biblical things. They understood symbols, they understood medicine, they understood psychiatry, all of that. And that's why they were able to be put in leadership positions by people that did not worship God, but God gave them favor there. Christians now just know how to repeat scripture, and that's it. And that's scary. But they always talking about coming to the knowledge of God. You ain't even got to the knowledge of God yet. Sit down. Stop it. Tell me when Eve died. Just do that. If you can tell me when Eve died, I might listen to you. Because according to the KJV, she's still alive. She never died. Because this show don't tell us when she did. We know Adam died at 9:30. Don't say nothing about Eve. And that's in the first 5 chapters of the Bible. So, there's that. I love y'all. I'm about to go. You said, hey. You said thank you for being you and for filling in the gaps. And for your support even when we think we don't want it. Look it. Y'all know my job. Hold on. Really? I said get in here and learn. I said no, you can't be bad. I said you gonna be tamed over here. You're not gonna be like them wild church people saying and doing whatever you want to. FC. I done came to the wild and I'm gonna keep cracking the whip as long as I need to. Sit down and learn something. You wildlings. Y'all didn't know I had this, did you? I said sit down. You said, couldn't it be that they didn't see women as people when the Bible was written? They did. They absolutely did see women as people. We live in a patriarchy. But if you go to other places and don't read the King James Version, it's different. It's an edited. Okay, let me show y'all something. Take this. Screenshot this. Please. Y'all ready for the screenshot? Get your screenshots ready. Come on, I'm about to show you something. Some of y'all seen it already. Get your screenshots ready. This is all the different Bibles and when the texts were written. Well, not all of them, but up into the King James. So if you see this right here, transmissions of the Bible to English, and it tells you when they happened. The Hebrew manuscripts, 1400 to 500 BC. The Septuagint, the Greek manuscript, 200. It had 53. New Testament, 27. Jerome Vulgate, 80 books with the Apocrypha, translations into over 500 languages by 400 AD. The only language allowed was Latin by 600. So this is why 80 books right there, and this was 1384. And you got to get all the way down here to the King James, 1611. Interesting. And it started out with 80 books, and then all of a sudden it had 66. What happened? Where the other 14 at? It's been edited so many times. They took out, I mean, if you want to control people, you put in there what you want. You're welcome. That's why his name is on it. God still used him again. Because prior to that, if you weren't somebody of royalty or whatever, you weren't even supposed to have no books. Laymen were not even supposed to be able to read. That's how you keep people in slave mentality. Okay? But King James opened it up to where people that were not normally either couldn't afford, couldn't read, like they just put the basic things in there so you could get the gist of, you know, good behavior and this, that, and the other, and da 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 da. But God said, if you want more, I have more. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, y'all. And we want more. We don't want to just be on the milk of the word. We want to know the middle of the story. You don't want nobody just coming and telling you what started and how it ended and forgetting all the middle. Then you won't believe nothing. Oh, you mean like how people do? Because the stories, it's the first, it's page 1 and then page 200 of a book and the rest of it is missing. God wouldn't have said it was mysteries in his word if you weren't going to have to go look and seek and you shall find. All of these words are there. You're welcome, Pumpkin. And they think, this is all I need. 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 Right. I think it's like 70 books that are mentioned in here that are not in here, but you can go online and read them right now. So when God say, why you didn't read the extra books? Well, they wasn't in there. I listed them in there. The book of Jasher is in Joshua, chapter 10, verse 13. Why you didn't go read that? That's Old Testament. You didn't get the New Testament. Why you didn't read that? The book of the Wars of the Lord, which is up there on the shelf. Why you didn't read that? Okay? If you go to the New Testament and you type in what's his name? Onesiphorus, who Paul went and met when he went to Lyconium, the book of Paul and Thecla pops up. Oh, seeking and you will find. You can Google right now how many books are mentioned in the King James Version Bible that are not in there. And then you can go to your library and get those books. You can go online and get those books. You will not have an excuse to say, oh, God, my pastor told me not to read out of the 66, even though the original KJV had 80. Right. 1611, they had 80. 1782, 66. But they'll say, the Bible say, don't add or don't take away. Well, you're reading the taken away version if you only reading 66, so why is you talking to me? You don't even believe what you say. Did you even research how many the original had? No, because you listen to your pastor and your organization tell you something that wasn't true. Right. Don't be mad at me because I'm seeking and finding. Thank you, Mr. Allen. The original King James has 66 and 80. And these will lead you to the ones that I just picked up and showed that big stack of. Because there's more names and more stories and more and more and more and more and more. I did already. So, anyway, you're welcome. You said thank you for sharing because I'm lost. Don't be. Don't be. Listen, I know it's a lot. We got, like I said, it's a lot. But if you want to know God, you don't start at Adam and Eve. I tell everybody, if you feel like you keep messing up or you can't get it right with your walk with God, how about you go to the first people? Well, in Genesis, is not a lot about the first people, but you can read the Cave of Treasures or the book of Adam and Eve. You can read that on Sacred Text right now. If you type in the book of Adam and Eve, sacredtext.org or whatever it is, you can read the first book of Adam and Eve and the second book of Adam and Eve. If we all came from them and they were the first, you would think you would want to read about how Satan tricked them up other than just eating fruit that they weren't supposed to. And then you'll start to see something. She dreamed that her son killed her other son. How many mamas dream that something bad has happened to their kid and they wake up and exactly what they were dreaming or that they have already dreamt, it happened. Oh, the first mother did that. She dreamed that Cain was beating his brother in the head and blood was splashing in his mouth and he was drinking it. And when she got up, that's why he was so irritated. Also, he tried to bury his brother's body and the earth kept spitting him out because at that time, it was the first murder, the earth was not prepared to take the son before the father. It was never supposed to be like that a son or a daughter was supposed to die. Children were supposed to bury their parents, not parents burying their children. So from the beginning, the order was messed up. The moment that Lucifer and his host got into Cain's ear. The reason he was so irritated when God asked him, where's your brother? He said, am I my brother's keeper? Because he kept trying to bury him and the ground. Every time he would go back to the body, Abel was laying there on top. Like he didn't just dig a whole 6-foot hole and he kept digging deeper and deeper. And every time he went back, Abel just laying there like, nope, nigga, I'm still dead and you can't hide me. So by the time God came and asked him, he was irritated. Because he had been just, you know how the killers be like, what? I'm busy. Go in the house, Sharon. They out there trying to dig a hole to hide whatever. Oh, okay, that ain't new. It started with the first son. Well, with the first killer son. You said that small Bible compared to the 7 OTPs you held up is a lot of information missing. God truly loves us by giving us the full loaf of bread instead of a slice. Brianna. And I like mine with bread with butter on it. Toast it. If you put a little heat on it, Dad. You said, yep, I can't stand when people say, oh, that's old. Only the gospel matters. But constantly Dad is saying, go back to the beginning. See what your forefathers did wrong. I be trying to tell people. You said there's life in the blood and they spilled it. And blood makes sound. And they said that Abel's blood cried up to the heavens to avenge him. And the scientists say right now that blood makes sound. if I'm not mistaken, a screeching noise. Hey, sister, and we about to go. So the same thing that the Bible said about the innocent blood crying up to the heavens, scientists say right now that blood makes sound. Frequency, come on. So it is. It's in a few places. It's not just only in one. That's why I say sometimes people are like, where you read that at? Well, so some of these books got different versions of the same book, and this one will have this much because it's from Syria, and this one will have this much because it's from the Coptic, and so forth and so on. You said thank you. You give us so much. Thank you for allowing God to use. You're welcome. It's a thing, right? So again, bits and pieces. Paul and them didn't only preach in one place. They went all out into the world. So then there should be accounts of them being in Asia, over here. Okay? Because the whole world would be America before it was called America, Amorica, or Turtle Island, or whatever it was called, Ophir, whatever they was calling it at that time. Right? So, anyway, bye, y'all. I'm hungry. I'll be in past that on y'all. I gotta go. Love y'all.